Gutierrez here outside of Celebration in beautiful sunny Florida. Ooh, it's the wrong Celebration. Hang on a second. That's better. Let's try this again. What's up, Internet? It's Andy Gutierrez from outside Celebration in sunny Florida. Over the next 4 days, we are going to be bringing you the most anticipated panels, the biggest Star Wars celebrities, and some never-before-heard stories about your favorite Star Wars moments straight from the people who made them. And we're doing it all live. Today begins with an epic look back at the last 4 decades of Star Wars during the 40 Years of Star Wars panel, where original trilogy cast members Mark Hamill, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels, Peter Mayhew, and Ian McDiarmid, along with Anakin Skywalker himself, Hayden Christensen, as well as Dave Filoni and Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy, gather to chat about this epic saga we all love so much. And maybe, just maybe, they'll have a couple of surprise guests and announcements in store. But we're not just streaming panels. All day long, we'll be bringing you exclusive one-on-one interviews with cast members, as well as first looks at new Star Wars collectibles from Funko, Fantasy Flight, Hallmark, Kotobukiya, and much, much more. Later in the afternoon, Dave Filoni and the Lucasfilm Story Group's Pablo Hidalgo will host a panel looking at the unexpected origins and fates of some of our favorite animated characters from the Star Wars universe. So ditch your plans to pick up some power converters from Tosche Station, because we're not stopping until both suns set. Day 1 of the Star Wars show live from Star Wars Celebration Orlando 2017 starts right now.
Welcome to Star Wars Celebration.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Good morning, everyone! Good morning! Welcome to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration 2017 in Orlando. I'm Anthony Carboni.
And I'm Andy Gutierrez, and we are your hosts for Star Wars Show Live all weekend long. How's everybody feeling?
We are going to be streaming all weekend, all through Celebration, but can we just take a second before we get started to talk about that 40 years of Star Wars panel we just saw?
The surprises just kept coming.
It was unbelievable. Of course, the amazing, amazing tribute to Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You guys,
Not a dry
you
eye
saw
in the
that,
house,
yeah? Oh, absolutely beautiful. So many wonderful moments, so many behind the scenes, like just glimpses into the history of it all.
Yeah, and having George back on stage talking about how, it all got started, and now 40 years later, here we all are celebrating it. It's absolutely incredible.
I pitched a movie about a dog that drives a car, is what he said, and now we're here. It was amazing. It was amazing to see Harrison come out, to see Mark come out.
And get videos from oh my God, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam Neeson. It was amazing. And then John Williams and the Orlando
What
Philharmonic.
An awesome surprise, right?
Ah,
so beautiful. What
unbelievable.
A special treat.
And we are just getting started. That's what's amazing.
Yeah. And to discuss this panel even further, we have with us the creative executive, Matt Martin, keeper of the holocron, Leland Shee, and the creative executive, Pablo Hidalgo from the Lucasfilm Story Group.
You going over here?
I think we're coming to you guys.
They told us to come. You can come here.
We're just getting started.
You come here.
Good day.
Hey guys.
Hi.
It was fun watching that over in the corner with you.
That was fun.
It was emotional.
There were
Yeah.
a lot of tissues being passed around.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
tissues being
You
passed
know, I
very
just let
coarse.
the tears flow.
There
you know.
go. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
So as the story group here, as the guys who are sitting around and kind of like helping keep the entire galaxy of Star Wars running on continuity and canon, was there anything during the panel that stuck out to you guys or surprised you guys? Any moments you didn't expect?
The John Williams reveal at the end is like peak craftsmanship, peak stagecraft right there. I had no idea that was going to happen. So that was a beautiful, beautiful moment coming off of that emotionally charged Carrie Fisher tribute. Just magic, man.
So you guys are the special kind of nerds that grew up with Star Wars and then decided to turn it into a profession. What was it about, the saga that really grabbed you in the beginning?
When George said that 12-year-old kid, I am that 12-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I was 12 when Return of the Jedi came out, so 6 to 12, that was the ripe age for Star Wars for me, so he was speaking to me.
It's so true. I mean, you couldn't escape it if you grew up in a certain time. And it's absolutely true. Star Wars really shapes you, and it, as Dave said, it kind of informs who you're going to be as a person, and it informs your values. It gives you these benchmarks to say, am I going to be a Luke Skywalker today, or am I going to be a Darth Vader? You know, it gives you that power.
You know, the films... Hello? The films actually kind of grew with me, too, where when I was young watching them, I was watching them just for the action and the excitement, and then, you know, as I got older, I kept seeing layers and layers and layers, and just every time I watched it, there was always something new that got me even more into it.
Yeah, I mean, it never really gets old, and you're the kind of guy who went and saw episode 1 in theaters, 29 times?
I think I'm up over 30 now with episode 1 in the theaters.
So for anybody that's watching that's not intimately familiar, tell us a little bit about what the story group does. What do you guys do when you come into work every morning?
Sure. So you're looking at maybe like a quarter of the team with the three of us, and we're basically in charge of mapping out the narrative future of Star Wars. A big thing that we do is we answer a lot of questions that come from various storytellers that we work with to help them find the stories that they want to tell and make sure that it all fits with everything that we're doing.
And those storytellers could be from the films, from TV, from video games, from parks, from the books. So anything where they're creating new Star Wars content, usually one or all of us will have a look at it.
Now, do you all have like a specific expertise or an area of focus, or do you all kind of collaborate over everything together?
We're all pretty interchangeable, but you know, just as it falls out.
That's not like a good pitch when you go in every year for your raise.
Yeah, no, we're incredibly
No, we're all
interchangeable.
interchangeable.
No,
it's
exactly.
fine.
No, we cover for each other, but some of us have specialties based on our own particular passions or our existing connections. So Matt Martin's really the comic book guy.
I like comics quite a bit, so being the comic book guy is kind of awesome.
Yeah, you're a good ambassador. You got me into reading comics.
And just the sheer amount of content. It used to be that one person could kind of keep track of it all really easily, but we really need a group of us. And yeah, the three of us plus the rest of the story group is there to ensure that.
Well, I would imagine, yeah. I mean, we're talking about not just TV, not just movies, not just novels, comic books, all this stuff. You've got to keep those threads going. These things are happening simultaneously. Timelines are overlapping. That's got to be a lot to keep in focus.
And we're working in really weird time warp in that we're always years ahead of what's being revealed publicly. So when we're punch drunk and emotional at a Star Wars celebration, we always have to watch. Wait, has this been said yet? Do you know about the Secret Project X? I better stop talking about Secret Project X.
That's so crazy. Yeah, just tell us one thing that's happening in 3 years that we don't know yet.
Well, he already gave away our big code name, Secret Project X.
It's a very good code name. So how does one go about getting into the story group?
It's usually a cage match.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best of three.
I've still got scars.
One guy enters, one guy leaves.
Pretty much.
Okay. So I have to take you out. I have to kill you. Okay.
Now, the advice anyone wanting to get into Star Wars, work at Lucasfilm, I always tell them, look at lucasfilm.com. Employment opportunities are listed there, and that's how I got my job. So
you know
it
the
can
online
happen.
group.
Yes.
That's one way.
Yeah.
That was one way.
You guys are our farm team.
Yeah. I always say that I'm kind of like a minor league Matt Martin. Yeah. That's how I describe myself.
I think that's a compliment. I'm not even sure.
I also started as a game tester, so I that's probably like the lowest part of the company.
I was going to say
being a
you
game
crawled
tester.
your way up.
So yeah, getting up there.
The keeper of the holocron, you're kind of expected to know absolutely everything, right?
I try. Well, that's why I have the holocron, so I can just put in the database.
How often do you have to go look something up, or do you pretty much just
I
off the
look
top of
at
your
it all the
head?
time. I mean, that's the beauty of it is I built it specifically so it would do what I need it to do. So
Always studying.
yes.
I got to know, has there ever been something, I mean, obviously these are the kind of arguments that everybody has when they're sitting around with their buddies, where you just think you know a Star Wars fact. You think you know something, 10,000%, you'll put money on it, and then you were wrong. Does that ever happen to you guys?
Well, we've got the ultimate cheat because we can make it right in the next thing that comes out. So, you
And
know.
they are all so appreciative.
Not that we'd ever do that.
Entire continuity's changed just because Pablo doesn't want to lose a bar bet.
Exactly.
I love it.
But you know, it's funny because even when I'm dead sure of something, I still look it up like 3 times before I ever answer anything.
Well, because there's no such thing as truth. Like things that we assumed as truth. 4LM is a bounty hunter that's not a robot. All of a sudden changes. So like anything is malleable.
It's amazing. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I'm looking so
Thanks for
forward
everything.
to the rest of the weekend. Thank you for sharing that panel with
Thanks
us,
for
too.
having
We are just getting started here in Orlando. There is so much coming up, including a couple of interviews that you will not want to miss. Trust us.
Now, we also heard that the line for the panel stretched out for blocks outside of the convention center all night.
Hey everybody, Max here. I'm not on the celebration floor because it hasn't opened yet. I'm at the line for the 40 Years of Star Wars panel, which doesn't start for another 11 and a half hours and 3 minutes. But people, as you can see, already lined up just back to back. So I figured, we could entertain them a bit and see what they're looking forward to and what they want to look back on. Who are you hoping shows up?
I really want Harrison Ford, of course.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford.
Ray Park.
Wow, you guys are all geared up. I think a lot of people here are wearing like sweatpants and PJs, but you're going full tactical, standing by. What are you guys watching?
Rogue One, of course.
Oh, looks like you're having a little birthday party here. Whose birthday is it?
Star Wars.
So obviously a lot of people are really excited about this panel. In the meantime, the guy who was first in line left his spot, so I'm taking it.
Oh, how I love Max Scoville.
Oh my gosh. And I love the dedication of fans who camped out overnight. That is something that I'm a pretty dedicated person, but like sleeping on concrete, not really.
It was amazing, man, to think about people sitting out there for 12, 13 hours. That's dedication. That is fandom.
Yes.
I love it.
And another beautiful thing that happened here while everyone was waiting outside was that everything around you was built overnight,
Yeah.
seemingly. And so we've got a little video here to show you how the process of all of this came together.
I am joined now in the Millennium Falcon by Stefan from BCD, the Imperial Dogs, the guys who built everything on this set for us, all the way from Belgium. Thank you for coming out, man.
You're welcome.
I want to talk a little bit about how you even begin to build a scale Millennium Falcon. What is the first thing you do? My wife asked me to hang a mirror this weekend. It took me 2 days.
Now, the only thing you need is a stash of material, motivated people, Star Wars geeks, a picture, and then you get it started and you make magic happening.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. It's that easy. You were telling me that the first thing that you have to look into before you build anything is actually shipping it, not building it.
Yeah, right. If you want to build something and you bring it somewhere, you have to ship it. If you can't ship it, you can't bring it. So that's the major thing you have to think before you start building.
I gotta know, this thing, it looks so accurate. Is there anything on the Falcon that is an off-the-shelf part that people wouldn't notice?
If I tell you, I have to kill you.
I'm willing to take that risk. Tell me what it is.
So actually, it's difficult because it's so accurate that I don't even remember which part isn't.
Good answer. Good answer. So, if we were to build this in our living room, if we were to decide that we are going to make something like this, like the Palace, how much does something like this set me back?
What do you mean by set me back?
You know, like cost. Let's talk money. Let's get real dirty about this. If I want a Millennium Falcon in my house tomorrow, what's it cost to get you to show up?
To show up?
Show up and build the thing.
You can't afford it. Material and costs, let's talk about 30 grand.
30 grand. Wow. That's amazing. What other sets have you created? I know you've done some stuff for us in the past, but you do things elsewhere. You're a prop builder all the time.
We only work for you guys.
Only?
No, we have built, in the last years, we have built a medical bay, which already was on other celebrations. We have our friends, of course, from the Jabba. We have the fighter here, the Imperial fighter. What we have, let's say, we have a snowspeeder as well. There is another one here, another crew. We're now joining with other crews from America. We just gave them the example. So we're the grandfathers from the Star Wars prop building.
That's amazing. Just a worldwide Star Wars prop building community. I love it. And Andy's got some other people from your crew over at Jabba's Palace. Let's check out what's going on over there.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I am over here with Roxy's owners, Matt and Rick. Thank you so much for bringing her by. She's absolutely insane. Now, I've seen Roxy at previous celebrations. How many years have you guys been doing this?
Roxy's been around for 5 years a show. So Roxy's first premiere was Celebration, was it 5 years ago here in Orlando.
And I saw her at Anaheim, and it was pretty,
she was out in Anaheim
pretty
too.
Incredible. Now, when you're building a Rancor, where did you get started? What kind of materials do you use for something like this?
Roxy's built out of multiple materials, 1 pound EPS sculpting foam. The eyes are made out of surveillance lenses with multiple colors added. Fiberglass, we've added a lot of fiberglass over the years for durability and strength. She breaks down in 8 parts as well, and she's about 1,000 pounds.
Wow, that's fantastic. And how long do you think, would you estimate that it took you to actually build Roxy from the ground up?
Roxy took 6 strong months.
Wow.
So it took 6 straight months, a lot of sweat and love.
And why a Rancor? You could build anything.
Why not a Rancor?
I mean, why not a Rancor? We're all thankful that you did, but what was it about the Rancor that inspired you to build something that's so insane?
Well, the reason we did a Rancor because it's never been done. And we want to do, when we do something, we like to, it's hard in the Star Wars universe because everything pretty much has been done. But that's the reason we went after the Rancor. And the monster factor behind it. So that's where Roxy's got, she's got her own personality too because she loves the fans.
Oh, and the fans love her. Now, you guys have a booth on the floor here, and you have brought another surprise with you this year. You want to tell me a little bit about that?
Correct.
We have the Lugabeast out there. He is by Ray Speeder, and first time here.
What's his name?
Lemmy.
Lemmy.
Yeah, voted by the fans.
Yep.
Oh, fantastic. Now, how long did Lemmy take to build?
About 3 months of all my time.
Wow.
Yep.
That's incredible.
And we also have the artist who painted Lemmy here also, Eric Hollander.
How big is your team in total? Do you just kind of...
Both of these stay at my company, which is Pizzazz Contractors. They take up a lot of room, and we have a large warehouse to house them. And they can make a mess.
There's probably a lot of Gamorreans you have to go through here.
Absolutely, yes. A couple Ulas.
Now, do you have anything else in the works?
We do. We have a Tito that's almost finished.
Oh, cool. To go with your Lugabeast, obviously. Oh.
Right. And then, we got a couple other things that we're going to kind of keep under our hat.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. But it's all for the fans.
And then we'll just see you out here in future celebrations with more and more monsters, I'm sure.
That's the plan.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for bringing her by and letting her hang out with us all weekend.
Woo!
got Michael here with me. Michael built a TIE fighter. No big deal.
Hey, Andy. Anthony.
Andy's here now too. How long did it take you to build a TIE fighter?
Well, at last, there are some folks down there. We are Germans. Germans did the TIE fighter, and it's a Project X1. It's a founded group, and we are almost 14 people.
Wow.
My best friend down there, Thomas. Where's Thomas? I don't know. Oh, right there, Thomas. Give him a hello. The German guy over there just said. Okay.
So I want to know. It's built to scale. Can you get inside this TIE fighter?
Yes, you can.
No.
Yeah, but it takes Imperial lessons, about 3 years. No shields. And well, it's possible, but you know.
How long does it take to get in and out of that TIE fighter?
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me right there. Do we have a ladder? No.
I mean, is it the sort of thing where that actually just opens like a hatch and you just jump right in, or?
Yeah, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So 40 of you working together to build a scale TIE fighter. How long did it take?
We had this one together with Electronic Arts. It took 1,200 hours. It was the first one. We have 3 TIE fighter. The first was the Vader, the Advanced X1.
Okay.
That's the reason why we call that Project X1.
Gotcha.
And then we made that one, and TVA have right now from Rogue One the vessel, the tank, remote controlled, life size. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. That is amazing. What do you do? Star Wars Celebration ends. Everything's packed up. What do you do with a TIE fighter? Where do you put a TIE fighter?
Well, the pilot steps in right there and fly it back home.
Just right back home?
Yeah,
just like that? Is that easy? And then where does he land it? Where does it stay when it's not at Celebration?
Oh, we have a facility in Germany. It's close to Frankfurt. So everybody here who ever decide to come to Germany is very welcome. And
it's amazing. And it's just you guys have just basically like a giant space, just a hangar full of stuff like this that you've made?
Yeah, we actually Magic Guy 1,000 square meter facility with a hangar bay. You can check it on the website, and it's possible. Yeah.
That's awesome. What was the most complicated thing you ever built?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a question. What I ever built, it was my last Lego, the Slave One.
The Lego Slave One. Yeah. The Lego Slave One was harder than building a scale TIE fighter.
Yeah, definitely.
I believe that, having built one of the Lego Slave Ones.
6,400 pieces. This is only something like 24.
Oh, yeah. It's like the IKEA of spaceships.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
so good.
Easy. Yeah.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for coming out. Thank you to everybody who helped build this amazing set and amazing stage. We have more from Celebration coming up in just a moment.
I just go out there.
Yeah.
I am over here with David, who has brought along the Hutt, Jabba the Hutt. Tell me a little bit about this model that you've brought out here, which is absolutely incredibly detailed.
Jabba was born 10 years ago. It is made only with chicken wire structure, and we have a secret for the skin. It's toilet paper.
Really?
Yeah,
toilet paper.
Glue, wallpaper glue, and toilet paper just for the texture of the skin.
Huh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, this Jabba the Hutt has been to 6 celebrations. It's been all over the world. Japan, London, Germany? Was it in Germany?
Germany, Japan.
How do you ship something like this to all these locations?
Big containers on boats.
Is it one piece or does it come apart?
Jabba is in one piece, and the throne has 20 pieces, 30 pieces. But Jabba one only piece, one piece only.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for bringing him by and letting him, be on
welcome.
our stage this weekend. It's really going to be a lot of fun to hang out with here.
You're
And
welcome.
we will be back in a moment with more from Star Wars Celebration.
For many years, it's something that's been really important to Star Wars is these characters that little kids can grow up and recognize a little bit of themselves.
So with Forces of Destiny, there was an opportunity to tell some additional stories around these terrific characters from throughout the franchise.
Forces of Destiny, they're these almost bite-sized, short, self-contained adventures that take place in different time periods. It's very much a real part of Star Wars.
Well, we were very fortunate to have Daisy reprising her role as Rey.
BB-8, this way!
Felicity Jones as Jyn Erso.
I suggest you pick on someone your own size.
We have Lupita back as Maz.
It's a nice night for telling stories.
This new series of shorts just opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
Hey guys, Max here on the Celebration show floor. I am at the Force for Change booth. You might be familiar with some of their charity works. It's basically Star Wars themed helping people. I don't know why you would ever possibly disagree with that, but they've just teamed up with Starlight Children's Foundation, which is of course an organization that basically tries to make sick kids have a better time. And one of the ways they're doing this is with virtual reality, but that's not just for the sick kids. But what's the booth doing, you might ask? Well, ILM X Lab has created a virtual reality experience where you get to meet BB-8 and play with it. And it's quite lovely. This is exclusively for Star Wars Celebration. If you want to do it yourself, you have to head to the StarWars.com booth and get a ticket there, but you can come by and check it out. If you want to find out more, check out omaze.com/Star Wars. Basically, it's a bunch of really smart, cool people teaming up to do good, nice things for kids. Obviously, Star Wars is a wonderful thing that is beautiful escapism for children of all ages, but it's really cool to see it being used for, well, a force for change. So again, check out the Force for Change booth. Be sure to stop by the StarWars.com booth for a ticket to try the VR experience. It's really cool. Back to you guys.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
fries.
So this is where the magic happens.
This is where the magic happens. What you're seeing right now is John Harper and I going over our schedule.
2, Mood 7, Mike's, Q Anthony and Andy.
How are you guys on the side of the street? Everybody good?
Awesome! I need them to hold good solid, eyes into the lens.
They got a Star Wars happening over there.
Okay, everybody hold. We're going to do this one more time. Greg, let me know when the stage is ready. All right, nice. Mark that.
It is the day of the live stream. The hosts are making their way up here. We're going to go over everything.
Here we go.
Andy and Anthony are live on the main stage. And then we go live to Peter and David. Doing your own ironing?
Doing my own ironing. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 1, roll A, up track. Stand by black audio video. 25 seconds. Music. Tracking A. Stand by your hashtag. 15 seconds, everybody. Here we go. Out to camera 1. Here we go, guys. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Move 7.
It all starts right now here on the red carpet.
The energy here is absolutely insane.
This is exciting.
I'm giddy.
It's crazy surreal.
I cannot believe that this is happening.
Oh my God, this is incredible.
I am about to cry.
It's tough to not be emotional.
Everyone's so happy to be here, and that's the thing that's so exciting.
We've got stormtroopers, we got TIE pilots, we got rebels.
Where the mercs at?
Surrounded by Star Wars creators.
Gareth Edwards in his helmet.
It's always risky doing high fives because I'm British and I'm really awkward at it.
The red carpet is open for business. Peter Mayhew, the mighty Chewbacca.
Matt Mikkelsen, Alan Tudyk, Felicity Jones, and Diego Luna.
Ben Mendelsohn.
Donnie Yen, Anthony Daniels.
How are you?
You guys know Joss Whedon, right?
What's different about this film?
I think we're taking a risk. If we're going to keep Star Wars alive, we have to keep pushing ourselves.
This is a really special film because it's very much a very different film.
This is a much harder edge Star Wars. It's a brutal thing.
It's also just kind of average Joes and Janes that decide they can make a difference.
Seeing that everybody in this war is a person.
It's the kind of Star Wars movie that I know for myself I've always wanted.
I'm sure they're going to love it.
You guys are pretty sure you're going to love it, right?
Thank you to all the fans out there for keeping this alive.
I wouldn't wish to be anywhere else but here. We're moments away, so I'm not going to blow anything now.
Remember, Rogue One, A Star Wars Story in theaters December 16th. We have got to get into this theater.
That's a wrap, everybody.
Eckstein here, voice of Ahsoka Tano, and I'm here at Star Wars Celebration 2017, and we're about to go into the official store. And it's the 40th anniversary of Star Wars, so there's some really cool stuff. Let's jump into hyperspace and check it out. Let's go! So, when you wake up on the dark side of the bed, you need your 40th anniversary Star Wars coffee mug. It makes the coffee taste way better. Only at Star Wars Celebration can you get a Sarlacc pit plush with Boba Fett or a sandcrawler filled with Jawas. Andy Gutierrez not included. My friends don't like touching hot surfaces, and I don't either. That's why you should get this Ponda Baba oven mitt. It's handy around the kitchen. Since capes are so on trend this season, we have the caped Krennic top, and Travis is here to model it for us. Give it a go, Travis. Hey, I know her. I can't quite put my finger on it, but that's because we're in the Her Universe section with lots of new exclusives like this 40th anniversary bomber jacket. Come on, let me show it to you. It is to celebrate 40 years of Star Wars. And you see the back, but wait, the best part. The inside lining is C-3PO's wires. And finally, at checkout, I have found the holy grail of collectible pins. They are so beautiful, and they even have an Ahsoka pin. Collect them all. That is right. Collect all these pins and collect all of the amazing merchandise right here at Star Wars Celebration in the official store.
The captain says you are a friend. I will not kill you.
the Star Wars show live from Star Wars Celebration Orlando. Now I know everyone at home and everyone here in the crowd has been waiting for our next guests, and we promise the wait was worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for George Lucas and Harrison Ford! Good. How are you? Good. Good. We're gonna be facing here. Oh, here he comes. There he is. Hey, good to see you, Harrison. Good to see you. So, guys, 40 years. 40 years. That was such an amazing panel. How did that feel out there?
Old. Went by quick.
Yeah?
Went by quick.
One of the things that I found super interesting was, just how long Star Wars has been such a part of your life. I mean, the idea of that you were fixing a door one day, and then you were in Star Wars, and it's been 40 years. And I just wanted to know, George, you've had the experience of watching a Star Wars movie as a fan now. Are you looking forward to watching a Han Solo movie as a fan?
Not really. No, I'll be watching it as a yeah, of course I'll be watching it as a fan, but it'll be weird. It'll be a little weird.
I have to imagine so.
Yeah. But I've met the fella that's going to play the younger Han Solo.
Yeah.
Wonderful guy, very sweet, and a very good actor. So
Yeah.
I'm delighted in the choice.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. George, what are your thoughts on these sort of super fans growing up? You called Dave Filoni one of your kids. These kind of super fans. Yeah, just sort of growing up, and now they are kind of taking the reins of this thing. How does that feel?
Feels great. It's great to have worked with somebody. I worked with Dave for like 10 years, and I was there making his life miserable for that whole time. And finally, he's, making everybody else's life miserable. I think I've done a good job.
After 40 years of Star Wars, if you had to name one thing about sort of all of the Star Wars experience that you're the most proud of, what would you say it is?
Most proud of? I don't know. I guess, when you get to it, the fact that I got through the first one alive and that it was a hit in spite of everything, that was... that
had to have felt good?
That was a great moment.
I think he means me when he says everything.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what I'm proud of. I'm proud of the fact that we, telling stories is a service occupation. We continue to be allowed to tell stories on the basis of how happy people are with the stories that we tell. And there cannot be, a higher compliment than seeing all of these people continue to come back. After all the iterations, and to pass on these stories generationally, I think is the greatest tribute to George and his fabulous invention.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, as Han's story came to an end in Force Awakens, how did you feel about the ending? Did you feel good about the ending? Do you like the way his story ended up? Did you see that as Han's ending?
To paraphrase Monty Python, I'm not dead, I'm just resting.
So between you and Samuel's video, that means we're getting a Han Solo Mace Windu buddy cop movie soon. Guys, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for 40 years of Star Wars. It's been absolutely amazing.
Pleasure to see you.
So wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we go back to everything?
Yeah, come right on back through here.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to follow up those next guests, but we have somebody else waiting in the Millennium Falcon that I know everybody out here wants to hear from. Guys, please welcome to the stage Kathleen Kennedy.
How are you?
Good, how are you? So good to see you, and looking so fabulous as always.
Thank you.
So that panel was absolutely incredible. I know it took a lot of work to pull off and 40 years of history to make it. What was it like to be in that room? Because out here,
I gotta
it was
say, I
insane.
just heard that it played really great out here, but I have to say, in the room, it was magnificent. You know, we sat around thinking, what can we possibly do to celebrate 40 years of Star Wars? How can we do justice to you fans and to make this the best celebration ever? So I have to say, in the room, when those curtains opened and John Williams was there playing in the orchestra, it was pretty profound.
Now, see, that was even a surprise to me, and that was really, really wonderful.
No, it was funny because Warwick was sitting backstage and he was looking at a monitor just like you guys were, and he goes, wow, that's cool. Where's that? And we're like, that would be right out here. So even those guys didn't know. So it was a big surprise.
A lot has changed in Star Wars in the past few years. I mean, we were revitalizing the franchise. What have you learned about the saga in the past few years?
You know, I think the thing that I learn every year and I recognize is so important, that almost no franchise has the fan base that this franchise does.
There's nothing like this in the world.
There's nothing like this, and I think it's something extraordinary that George did really early on, which is he recognized the importance of the fans. He recognized that you guys own this as much as anybody does now, and I think that's what comes through, that love and caring, and it really makes a huge difference to all of us and to the movies.
It's an absolute honor to be up here and sharing this with everybody. Now, of all of the things here at Celebration, and there's a lot going on this weekend, guys, get ready, seriously. What are you most excited about?
You know, I have to say I was most excited about what just happened.
Yeah.
You know, getting that group of people together, it's been like a family reunion. You don't get the benefit of seeing cameras in the green room or anything like that, but you have to remember a lot of the people involved in making Star Wars over the last 40 years, they haven't seen each other that much. So to get everybody in one place and have this opportunity for such a great celebration, that's what I was looking forward to, and I think it's going to carry through the entire weekend. You guys are going to have a fantastic time.
Now, we have a lot of younglings out here who are very passionate about their Star Wars. What kind of advice would you give to somebody who's out there right now and wants to be out here and making Star Wars and getting involved with it?
You know, I think the thing is, you can watch your parents, your friends, you can see how involved they were, and continue to stay involved, because that is what makes these stories so great, is your involvement, your input. You tell us what works, and it makes a difference.
Now, some fans that have been really involved, and I have gotten the pleasure to know over the past year or so, are the Mandalorian Mercs. And we want to welcome a few members of the Mandalorian Mercs out here to make a small
Fantastic.
presentation.
Thanks, you guys.
It's a real honor. It's a real honor.
Thank you, and thanks for all that you do.
We would like to honor you for all of the hard work that you do for us as fans of Star Wars. And in recognition for your contribution to the legacy of Star Wars, we are going to make you an honorary member of the Mandalorian Mercs.
Okay, that is fantastic. Here, let me show everybody this.
Please.
That's what that is.
You also get an honorary member badge, so everybody knows who you are now. You're an honorary Mandalorian.
Okay, I like that.
So thank you guys so much for coming up here. That's an awesome honor. Now, we are VOD. We're sisters.
Okay.
Andy has her own set of armor, so she's...
Yep.
You do? All right.
And
We are bonded. Bonded for life.
Thank you. And we will be back with more Star Wars Show Live in just a moment.
Thank you, everybody.
Celebration Orlando, welcome to the Galaxy Stage. So good to see you all. And to all of you watching at home, welcome to the Galaxy Stage and Star Wars Celebration Orlando. You guys ready for an amazing panel today or what? How many of you caught that panel this morning of the 40th anniversary? Did you see that? Were you here? You were here? Yeah, you were here? Oh man, I wept like a little kid when John Williams came out of there. That was amazing. I saw you did too, Dave, didn't you? You were weeping a little bit.
Maybe.
Just a little bit, yeah. I started having that rock and roll fantasy of like, oh, the drummer's down. Is there a drummer in the house? But no, they didn't. John Williams didn't ask me to play the cymbals or anything.
You could
That would have been a disaster.
I don't. That's all I got.
No, you conduct. You would have been a good conductor, though. So we have a lot of great stuff here today on the Galaxy Stage. Later on today, John Knoll from ILM is here for Star Wars 365. That's a great panel. Any Rogue One fans out there? A little later on today, I'll be doing a music analysis of the music of Rogue One by Michael Giacchino. Great. John Williams will not be here, fortunately for me. I would be terrified beyond belief. But you don't want to miss that. But right now, we have two very, very special guests. You know who they are. You guys ready to greet them and bring them out to the Galaxy Stage? Me too. Let's not waste any time. Dave Filoni and Pablo Hidalgo from Lucasfilm. Come on out, you guys. Welcome to the Galaxy Stage.
Thank you.
Hello. Animated Origins and Unexpected Fates.
I just want to say I feel so underdressed right now.
Well, the hoodie is all-purpose.
Yes, it is.
So I don't know about the Animated Origins part, but I can tell you all, and this is very real, and we joke about this, Unexpected Fates is very true for me because I literally have no idea what you guys are going to show us today. And this has become kind of a tradition.
We rarely do, actually.
General idea of what we're doing today. But that's what makes the panel interesting.
Yeah, Dave and I were just talking backstage there, and we realized this is like our 5th version of this panel that we've done.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, and it started off on the, back when the behind-the-scenes stage was the baby stage. And now look at all these people here.
Massive. Whatever we're doing is working.
Yeah.
But it's really just because, imagine this, but we talk about Star Wars at work, and it turns out, it's true, that the other people that work at Lucasfilm said, that's really good, you should do that in a panel, and we're like, okay. So we will tell you more about Star Wars today.
Yeah, and honestly, a big part of this panel is always going to be Q&A. So we do have some content to show you, but it's really about the questions that you bring to us and our ability to skillfully evade actually answering
I was going to say, careful now.
Yeah,
Early in the week, I need to warm up. So.
Yeah.
So get your kids ready. No,
I just happened to bring my clicker from home, so hopefully there's a presentation here.
Well, let's get started.
Let's take a look. No, the thinking behind this panel was to look at some of the characters and some of the characters that have grown out of animation. And now, here we are after 6 seasons of Clone Wars and 3 seasons of Rebels. These characters really are the Star Wars for a certain generation of fans that have grown up with them. And they're worthy of this examination and exploration. So right off the bat, simply because it's fresh on people's minds, and we've not had an opportunity to do this. Our celebrations are always timed that we can talk about what's coming up next, but we rarely have the opportunity to say, yeah, this is what just happened. So I figured we'd start
not
here.
Here is he?
No, because we only have so much time for the panel, so. He goes on, Maul. He's a talker. No one knew from that first movie.
Yeah, who
Maul's
knew?
a talker.
Yeah.
So we brought some Maul art from back in the very beginning of his inclusion in Clone Wars, and I thought, now that we've closed the book on the character, so to speak, if we could go back in time to when George dropped the bomb on you that he was going to bring Maul back from the dead. And what I really want to stress is the fact that we only would have ever done something like this if it came from George, because none of us would ever consider touching a character like that who...
Not one that was cut in half.
Yeah.
No.
Well, now, Take us back there, though, because now was that like I need to sit you all down and tell you something serious, or was it like a quick comment like on the way to the kitchen, like, Maul's coming back?
It was just, yeah, I mean, we would be in a story meeting, and he would often say stuff like, I've got an idea and you're going to love it. And I was always like, oh, that so seldom lines up. But, and then he said, you know, we're going to bring Darth Maul back. And I said, really? Because one of the things I really loved about Phantom Menace was that he like made him cut in half. And I thought, oh, that's so smart, because that kind of ends the debate. Not like Boba going into the Sarlacc, endless debate, right? It's over, he's cut in half. And he's like, no, he's coming back. And I was like, well, how does that work? And he goes, I don't know, you'll figure it out. And
don't be afraid.
Yeah, don't be afraid.
Now,
But,
had you guys already done the Night Sisters episodes? Like, were you already down that path? Like, when Mother Talzin ends that arc, looking into that crystal ball, and you have that hint of Maul, when you started that 3 episodes earlier, did you know where that was going?
I would say by that point we did. Like, there's all kinds of things that when we began the Night Sisters arc, no, we did not know. But as it progressed through production, yes, we would know. And then I can kind of retool some things. Initially, I think what happened was that Savage Opress got created, and George really liked that character, and that character was kind of really grabbing for him. So he said, well, I want Maul back too, and he made them brothers, and it kind of grew out of that. But to make it believable, I thought the only way is that if there's some dark side, you know, belief or just persistence of evil where it keeps him alive, but as this kind of terrible thing. It couldn't be anything human. He couldn't really be conscious really of himself, that he was just this really awful,
just this mad rage ball that's been living on a junk planet.
And George wanted the spider legs. That was all him. He wanted these creepy mechanical spider legs, which was very difficult to animate because they're pretty intricate. But it was a big challenge. Like, you had to feel it. And if you didn't feel it the right way, I didn't think that you would believe that this was going to happen, that they were going to come back. So,
did you ever have a conversation of, all right, he was cut in half, he's down at the bottom of the well in Naboo, so then he did this, and then he jumped on did George ever get into kind of how he got to where we find him in the Clone Wars?
We largely decided to leave like that portion of the story a little bit nebulous. We discussed it. It was part of a comic book.
Yeah, Henry Gilroy, I think, charted it out in a comic, yeah.
But we had like kind of a plan that he and I discussed, and I was like, well, we didn't want to be too implicit with it because, you know, the more you define that stuff, it can be a little bit difficult to believe. There's a bunch of clones.
Yeah, we just got invaded.
We just got invaded here.
A bunch of
this happens wherever Dave goes. It's the weirdest thing.
It really does.
Yeah.
And there are just so many of them, always. Yeah. You never really see one clone. You see many, many clones.
They travel in packs here.
There are worse things in life, though, than to have a bunch of clones. I always told my wife when I travel, don't worry, if I get stuck somewhere, I'll just call my clones, and they will literally come get me. Wow. So it is.
That's impressive.
We told you this wasn't scripted. Whoa, there's more coming. What's going on here? Hey, guys.
Hello.
Good, how are you?
Hey, man, how's it going? Rex? Captain? Oh, you got the hair, too. You went all the way. That's always a surprise.
That's impressive.
How's it going? Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Look at this.
Custom delivery here.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This is awesome.
Let's hear it for these.
Yeah, give them a round of applause, you guys.
Look at that. Amazing.
Very
Amazing.
impressive.
And I know them all, of course. We even got Hondo down there on the end. What's up, Hondo?
Oh, wow.
How's it going, buddy? How's it going? Good to see you.
Hello.
Got Cat Bane down there.
Oh.
I know you don't wear ball caps, so got some for D. Bradley.
All right, for D?
Can you get that to him?
I can get that to him. Yeah, I can courier that. No problem. Yeah, I know D. Yeah. He looks like
Were you
these
guys ever in a session together, you and D?
I've heard of him.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's very good.
There's something amazing about Celebration. You always leave a panel with more stuff than you
I love it.
came
Yeah.
on stage
I love
with.
it.
It's pretty
awesome.
I guess got to say, like, for me personally, I'm sorry because I want to get to the content, but I love this so much. You have no idea. Like, and it's really difficult now, right, to get around the floor for Pablo and I, because when we go on the floor, we want to meet all of you and talk to all of you, and then it causes a thing, and we can't get around. And so I miss so much of the cosplay now, which is really the only negative on this whole thing for me, because I love the cosplay. It's like one of my favorite things. Like, you have no idea, to draw on a piece of paper or something one day, and then a year or so later to have it walk up to you and say hello is like, boom. So I give a tremendous amount of thought to the costumes, and it's something that I think we were able to improve in part, especially on characters like Ahsoka. I think that, you know, knowing that so many people are out there wearing this costume, I'm like, well, let's look at this. I mean, this has to be functional. This has to be, she's a warrior. Come on. Like, let's get this right, in part because I want you guys to have fun wearing this stuff. So, because you're out there and it's a big help. I think the kids love it. And just thank you so much for doing it. It means a lot. I really appreciate it.
Give it up for the Legion.
Amazing.
Amazing. All right.
All right.
Back to Sam Witwer.
Back to Maul. So I thought it would be fun because Dave draws all the time, and he's constantly thinking of how to, chart these episodes. And with the help of his assistant, we got his original storyboard scanned for the duel between Maul and Obi-Wan that ended up in season 3 of Rebels. So I figured this is like a film school section of this panel presentation. We could take us through these storyboards. This is the, what are we looking at here, Dave?
This is I call it like the stage orientation. So when I do these episodes, because there's so many in play at one time, but I want to get very specific details on certain things, I will still hand draw storyboard some stuff at a very quick pace and hand it off to the episodic director. In this case, I was working with Saul Ruiz. He's a fantastic artist and can really do CG shots really well. So I do this angle. It's like a God's eye view, so you can see the whole set and understand kind of the principal dynamic of where the two characters are. And as you move forward, you can just see some really quick little thumbnails that I would do starting off, because I knew how I wanted the beginning of it, but this got into the nitty-gritty of, I want to see the hands on the sword and pull the blade out and striking the ground, and you just get a quick feeling for how the emotion should be. I wanted this moment where it goes from firelight to starlight, where Maul strikes out the fire, and then it's just them kind of in the darkness of the desert, because then I knew they could be lit only by their lightsabers.
Yeah. Did I lose? Oh, yeah. That was an interesting moment because I wasn't sure if it was a great story moment too, because he was angry and he put out the fire. But was that a visual decision or a story decision or both?
Well, it's both.
Lighting,
it all works together, right? And
kind of in that case.
Yeah, because when you have the script, and when I wrote the script, I'm thinking of these things, and so that's why I think when you see sometimes when I write the script for an episode of Rebels, or even back in Clone Wars, that it will marry really well to the visual because I know exactly what I'm doing the minute I write. I know what the image I want. And there's less interpretation there. So part of it was getting them to this darkness, because Obi-Wan's throwing this stuff at Maul, because Maul's trying to cut Obi-Wan down with his words and make Obi-Wan feel as worthless as he does. Like for Maul, seeing Obi-Wan in the desert is like a victory. He's like, oh, you're nothing. You're like me. And Obi-Wan's like, actually, no, I'm nothing like you. Because Maul hasn't experienced any personal growth. He hasn't gotten over anything. He hasn't grown except, in his anger and his need for revenge. So you're trying to convey all of that. And you can't probably read it, but I actually rewrote some of the dialogue when I storyboarded it. There's actually some differences in the dialogue. And then I got rid of stuff, because in the editorial process, you're like, oh, I don't need to overstate this stuff. Cut that line, or add a line. So part of it was just seeing the samurai intention, though, and the hands on the sabers, the footwork of Maul, trying to convey that Maul is actually intense and over-primed for this fight. And Obi-Wan's just very zen. He's very in the middle of it.
So this is really a fascinating look, because it shows that you had thought about some very key moments in that fight right from the get-go, including Obi-Wan's pose. Now, was that an evolution where he decided to do the Qui-Gon pose, the Obi pose? I mean, how did that process creatively come about? Was that instant for you, or what did it evolve through the episode?
The Qui-Gon part came late when I was looking at it again. The beginning with Obi-Wan going like this and then changing pose was something I wanted to do to just make a visual bridge between the Obi-Wan that a lot of younger kids are familiar with and the one I'm familiar with, the older Obi-Wan. And then the shot there you see drawing where Maul spins his saber, strikes, which is a bit of a, kind of panning shot, is actually a shot right out of Seven Samurai. So originally in that movie, when Kyuzo strikes the guy down in the field, it's one strike with a lightsaber. But when we got that animated, Keith Kellogg and I were looking at it, and I was like, I know it's dangerous to do not a big fight. I know a lot of people would want a big fight. And it's just Maul's technique to go, really quick, 1, 2, 3. Like, so it didn't feel like Maul if he doesn't get a shot in it at all. So that it's block, then he goes for that move. That's where I decided to put that move in.
The move that took down Qui-Gon.
Yeah, because
but it
then
didn't work
Obi-Wan
this
could
time.
slice it, because then that also visually tells the story that Obi-Wan paid attention. And that moment was kind of put into his brain, and then he could defeat it. That, again, it shows a progression from master to apprentice, that Obi-Wan then later could defeat something that Qui-Gon couldn't.
What I thought was interesting is, as economical as that fight was, and that was a risk to take, it was actually shorter as defined on these storyboards. So
How long is the episode when you first put it together? Or did you time it out at all in moving storyboard?
It's a shame.
Yeah.
This episode was 35 minutes long, and I only have 21 minutes to tell the story. A big piece that I had to... Now, don't get worried. It's not like there's a lot of lightsaber fighting. I cut, obviously. I kept all of that. I kept as much witwear as I could, because Sam will call me. And he's brilliant. I love Sam. But it's like the big part that got cut is actually on the Hera Kanan side of it, because I had written a whole... Anytime those two are mentioned together, people get excited. I'm not sure what that is. It's like, what's a space marriage? I don't understand what that is. But yes, see, wow. Okay, so,
Yeah.
But anyway, they were in a scene together, not like that, like you want. But they were in a scene together, and Zeb was there too. So don't. Yeah. I'm just telling you what's in the scene at this point. It's not my fault. Anyway. It was about their side of the family, because Rebels ultimately is about family. And for Kanan and Hera, you have to imagine that they watched Sabine leave home, basically. She had gone back to be with, her birth family. And then Ezra strikes out on his own, and leaves. And it's very much that story of, these kids grow up. And they were saying something to that fact, and always too fast, because, they find these two, and they're, wayward and lost, and once they got their footing, though, they leave home. And so it was kind of this other part of the story that I actually had to cut out of it, because I needed to focus on Ezra's journey with Maul. But I kind of missed that, because it helps you understand when you get to the end, and it's about family, and Obi-Wan saying you're in the wrong place. You don't realize that you have what you need to defeat evil. You have your friends, you have your family.
And Ezra knows where he needs to go after that.
He knows where he needs to be, yeah.
Well, was there anything, sort of back to Darth Maul, that was cut, now that his journey has been kind of completed, that was part of his story that you had to struggle with throughout this season? Or any of Rebels?
Not as much, but what became apparent was we had to avoid the temptation to bring a lot of his Clone Wars story into Rebels, because not only because the amount of time that has happened in the galaxy, but also out of a courtesy for all these new viewers who may not be familiar with that. So when he was trekking in the desert, there was a version of the early script that had him basically being haunted by visions of Satine, of Savage, and all that. But you only have one character delivering dialogue.
Got designed.
Yeah.
Savage got designed for the shots in the desert where he would be an apparition. And, it's great. I liked it. But I was like, this sounds strange to say, but I'm like, no one's going to know who that is. Well, here's the thing. Think of it in context. If Rebels is all you know, and that's the way I look at the show. If you start with Rebels and that's all you know, then that apparition appearing to you out of the background, I would actually have to explain somewhere in that story that that's his brother.
Right. Once you open that door, you have to
and
kind of
it's not
go.
important to the story. It's a great overall idea, and I think it's what's in his mind when he's saying to Ezra, we could be like brothers, right? But it's just too much. And two, I put the image of Satine in his lair, but to have her appear out of nowhere, people, okay, well, that was the woman that Obi-Wan Kenobi was in love with, and I have to tell this whole story. You have to do that. You have to be responsible, because when you don't understand what's going on as the audience, suddenly I'm lost. I don't know what that is. And you can't take for granted that people know what it is. And that's, I think, a fundamental difference you have to be careful with when you're telling these stories. Is people don't know all this stuff. And it's not to say, obviously, I put a lot of things in there that are deep details, but it can't be one of the main thrusts of the story. So.
Well, and ultimately it comes back to 21 minutes, right?
Yeah.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah,
But you know what? It actually
Man,
worked.
21 minutes.
It worked quite symbolically for this episode because this episode is so stripped down. It's about two people lost in the desert and they happen to collide. And you realize that the more you take away from that in order to strip it down to that core, the stronger the episode gets. Because it's all about being stranded in, like, you know, the nothingness of the desert. And yeah, here these are just the final moments right here.
That's the sad part.
This was a beautiful moment too. Can you talk about this kind of the evolution of this scene, the intent behind it? Did it go through a lot of changes because it
No.
really was touching, and they seemed to find common ground here?
It's
of course.
just always the same image. I mean, I was very dead set on the fact that Obi-Wan, if he could have helped it, wouldn't have wanted to kill Maul. He's not vengeful. He forgives him for things. I mean, that's the whole point of the light side, is to let go of these things and move forward. What he's probably most sad about is that Maul hasn't. And he knows it's going to consume him, he's going to be destroyed, and he will have to destroy him if he has to. But he doesn't want to get to that point. And then, you know, you parallel images of, you know, Maul and Qui-Gon with
Right.
Obi-Wan, young in life, old in life. So it's just, it makes for a neat image. So that's what I wanted to do. And I like cutting super wide at the end.
Yeah.
It's like stars. Stars always look great in a shot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Stars.
Oh, yeah, hey.
There we go.
Oh my God, look how
Totally
great
planned.
that is. You could just stare at that all day.
21 minutes of stars.
There we
Let's
go.
do it.
Now, if we had timed this perfectly and planned, the armored folks would have been up to talk about this character. But they haven't gone far. I'm sure they're around.
Well, you already saw Rex, so
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can skip this whole part. No.
You want to see it? You want to see it?
The clones.
Okay. Well,
So
Send in the clones.
the evolution of Rex, and basically, again, we're at this point where we were able to look back in history, and Rex is an old man. But were you surprised? I think I know the answer to this, but were you surprised at how popular the clones ended up being on a show that could have easily become all about Jedi? But the clones
It's
really
very surprising.
Yeah.
Like, they have endured almost more than anything else we've done, like people in these clones. And the Bad Batch, people are crazy about the Bad Batch, and they've never been animated, and people still love the Bad Batch. Never been animated. But yeah, I mean, a huge credit of that goes, I think, to how Dee played him, for sure.
And
they
then
were a huge mystery, right? Before the Clone Wars. And
yeah, who were
so
they?
Yeah.
What were they all about? And then I was reminded as we go back into the history of this character that in the very early stages, Rex was actually Alpha A-17 from the old Dark Horse comics.
Then we realized that was Anakin, Ahsoka, and Alpha, and R2, all hanging out all day, like the A-Team. So we have to change it, and then George named him Rex.
And
Oh, yeah.
and this became a key moment in the series. So the return of Rex, it was interesting because we were doing the math and figuring out how old the clones were going to be. And it all tied into an idea that George had kind of stenciled in the corner of his notes about what happens to the clone army. And I know he gave some thought to this in some very early development of live-action TV. And the notion was that they were literally a discarded generation because they served their purpose. And once it became clear how independent they could be under the guidance of the Jedi, Palpatine had second thoughts about their utility. So it's funny that Clone Wars ends up telling you that story of how the clones became individuals thanks to the influence of the Jedi.
Yeah, and then they put on a little weight. And
Well, I was going to say,
retired.
I love the detail as you showed the progression of like one less armor piece, one less armor piece. Yeah, it's a little more comfy now.
Well, they're
Yeah.
old, you know. They literally, that episode happened. I was always joking with the crew. They're like, I'm going to bring Rex back. And the crew gets excited. I have a lot of people on my crew from Clone Wars still. And they're like, how's that going to happen? What's that like? I'm like, well, they're fishing. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I'm from Pennsylvania. And when you get old, you go to Florida and you fish. So it seems very real to me. And I just like the idea of these. I was obsessed with the image of these guys out there, like in Jaws, just sitting on the deck of a boat, fishing, a tick, tick, tick. Because you have to imagine whatever the clones would do, they would want to be really good at and really efficient. And I just picked 3 clones. There was a list
originally,
of clones.
you had thought about doing far more
9.
than 3. Yeah.
There were going to be 9 surviving clones, and then production was like, no. And I had a list of because I was going to do an homage to the 9 Old Men of Walt Disney. And yeah, so they were going to be my 9 old men. And Rex was the leader of them, and I had a list of the other guys that survived, and I thought, oh man, what a debate this is going to launch if someone doesn't make it.
What might that list have been?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think Jesse was there, and I think want to say Kix was there. I can't remember. It's hard to remember who got, shot now. They all look alike. It's hard to. Usually judge it by sadness and fans dressed as those characters. But
So one of the big questions we always get is Rex came back with the crew of the Ghost, but what's the deal with Wolf and Gregor? What did they end up doing, and will we see them again?
usually that kind of question comes from out there.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting it out of the way. I'm saving someone the trouble of having to walk up to where the mic is.
Yeah, I like those two. So I would say it's very probable that they come back at some point. Probably.
Oh, yeah?
Probably in the next season.
What?
They're
Say
fun.
that
I mean,
again? Did you
probably
say-
the next season.
What?
Because one's named Wolf, so I'm going to use them.
exactly.
I mean, my gosh. I can't be any clearer with this stuff.
Yeah.
Got wolves on my socks.
Probably
And that's
Some
of
wolves.
course
On your hat,
a plug for the season 4 panel. You don't want to miss it. We're giving you just a taste of some things, and
Right
speaking,
here on the Galaxy stage, Saturday morning.
just a
Right
taste,
here.
just a little thing, just a little thing.
What is that? I can't even see what
No,
that is.
no.
That's some kind of. Don't pay any attention to that. That shouldn't even be in this folder.
Wait.
Just speculate away. We're just putting it out there.
I can't tell. Why would he need camouflage? It doesn't make any sense.
Take that with you.
All right.
A small strike team.
That's interesting.
By next celebration, we're going to see a dozen of these guys dressed up, I'm sure.
I don't know, like a beard or something. Okay.
All right. All right. Now here's a character, of course, that how could we not talk about?
Yeah!
I made Pablo a shirt. I made Pablo a shirt there because I saw Exine has her universe. I have my universe, and so I made my own version of the shirt and I put a question mark on it.
Yeah.
So I just thought a little more flair, nice shape, a question mark.
Ahsoka lives?
Yes, hers is Ahsoka Lives, and mine is more Ahsoka Lives. It's a totally different branding.
Ahsoka lives.
Now, this is really where I want to go to the origins of the character because we found this illustration. Well, hold on. Let's see. Okay, well, obviously, a retrospective of where she was and where she is.
This is like progressively better fashion choices.
Yeah.
Is what I call this.
But
By the way, if you want to know, the one with the white lightsabers is my favorite version. I love that costume. It's just I was trying to do that type of costume for a long time. So I like that armored look. I think it's cool, and I love the white lightsabers.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Someone made some amazing white lightsabers. They light up, make sound. It's crazy.
Are they here?
I don't even have those. Yeah, no, I don't know. They have them.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah, see, there it
In the audience. This beacon of white light shoots up
out
into the
there.
sky. Thank you. But yeah, we found this illustration in Dave's notes, and I thought you guys would want to see it. So
This is the very first drawing of Ahsoka I ever did. When George and I would talk, we would I had a notebook, and I would write everything down in this notebook. And he was discussing this Padawan character for Anakin, and I knew he liked Shakti, so I just started drawing this little Togruta girl, and just trying to picture her peeking out from under this hood, because that's the way Clone Wars originally began. There was no episode of Christophsis. That was
Teth, right?
Yeah,
This is what
Teth
she was
where
wearing
it
in the
began,
gunship, yeah.
and she was in the gunship, and she was just peeking out from under this hood because she'd been trained as a peacekeeper, and war was a completely foreign concept to her. She knew about it, read about it. Most of the Jedi had never experienced it, so it was throwing her into that, and that was the first image. And I like, well, she looks cool, so it just kind of went from there.
we found a lot of early artwork that we wanted to share with you of the development of Ahsoka. And this dates back, this may surprise people, it dates back to 2005. So Ahsoka as an idea has been kicking around for almost as long as the age of the character when we first meet her, which is
Yeah.
a
Wow.
wild thing to wrap your head around.
These are all drawings I did early on, trying to figure out how to make it work. And I originally had this much longer skirt that would kind of flare up because I thought that was kind of cool, and then that turned out to be expensive. So I did a lot of drawings off of Mononoke, of a character named San, to influence this character. Oddly enough, this is really strange. This really dates me, but that drawing of Ahsoka is one of the first drawings I ever did on a computer. Because when I worked on Airbender and everything before that, it was all hand-drawn. So
You seem to know about the sort of backhanded saber grip pretty early on.
Yeah,
Was that a
it
pretty
just
early choice?
seemed like, a cool thing to do. And I don't know if you noticed, but everybody does characters now. They have backhanded grip. Whitwer had a backhanded grip.
Force Unleashed,
Yeah,
yeah,
Force
yeah.
Unleashed. And he's like, were you trying to do something? I'm like, no, Sam, I was just, I thought it was cool. I didn't see you and go, wow, that's the way to do it. I mean, he probably thinks so, but I liked this. This is really,
That's
this was
really
my
cool.
favorite drawings. I thought that's when we really started to get Anakin's look right, which is really like Anakin.
This is a very
Plunkett.
This is
Yeah.
a very strange iteration of Ahsoka as you're trying to find the character. And you'll have noticed, of course, that her early name was Ashla.
Ashla, wow. Very, very cool. Now, did that come from George, or was that presented to George? And did he?
We
kind of-
presented that to George as Ashla, and actually there was a small, there was an action figure I think named Ashla. Is
Oh
that
yeah, that's right. Yeah, one of the Bear Clan.
One of the Bear Clan. So I was
Padawans
trying to
that-
work at that.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't line up the right age. These are more of the Mononoke style drawing references that I'd done for Ahsoka.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
Killian
Plo
presented
Kool.
those drawings of Ahsoka to me, and then I was like, let's go this other way. But this
Plo
was the
Kool stamp.
original
Yeah.
Ahsoka maquette on the left, and then on the right is the refinement. But you see, she used to have a bigger alien head. The body stayed much the same, but then George saw the one on the left, and he was like, I don't think we're going to relate enough to her. So he wanted her to look even more human, which is the right call at the end of the day.
This really brings back memories because this is the kind of imagery. How many of you were in Celebration Los Angeles 10 years ago? Anybody here? Yeah. This is what you were showing.
Is that right? Did
were
we
these
show
kind
that
of?
stuff?
I don't think you showed Ahsoka, but you showed.
I think Anakin.
Anakin and
Obi-Wan
Count
or Dooku. That's right. Yeah.
The edge of the knife. You
Yeah.
know,
It was so funny going back in time to that event because Ahsoka was kept under wraps until 2008, the beginning.
Yeah.
So that trailer that debuted, which was cut very much at the last minute, cuts around Ahsoka in a big way, and all that's in it is like a sliver of her arm as the ship flies into hyperspace.
She's also on top of the tank when it's going up.
Oh, when it's going up the side,
cliff
yeah.
shot,
Right.
These were all the variations for her facial markings that I did, and sneakily by putting the one I liked on the F that for Filoni, that got it. Because George picked from these, so it could have gone any which way here.
And then in the course of the Clone Wars, we got a glimpse of what a future Ahsoka would look like, not knowing, of course, where would we end up, years later on Rebels. But these are some. I think this is Killian as well, right?
It's Killian, yeah. Different versions of a costume for the Mortis arc when she was going to appear much older. But I wanted to have a much longer Leku and a slightly different look.
And that Plo Kool stamp was your way of approving something that you liked back in the day.
Yeah,
Did that last through the
George
whole
had
show,
a
or-
Fabuloso stamp, so I made my own Plo Kool stamp.
Fabuloso.
That I'd stamp on everything. This Darren Marshall does these maquettes. I just love having these tangible things around the studio for people to look at.
Yeah, this is from Rebels here. This is the defining of her appearance, and ultimately,
Yeah, it's my favorite. I love that costume.
she appears.
Yeah, that one
That's
really
really
works.
So,
Yeah.
again, Ahsoka is we left there in a very dramatic way at the end of season 2, but we were really happy that she was embraced in such a way to create a best-selling novel, with the Ahsoka novel. And tell us about these illustrations here.
Yeah, they proposed the idea of doing a novel on Ahsoka, and I was very interested in it because I wanted to see if that character could stand with the classic characters who all get novels, and I thought, well, this would be really amazing because I want more people to have access to this character. At the same time, I don't want to give too much away because there's still stuff that I'm trying to do on screen in different ways with the character. Back, that's when I was working on the Darth Vader stuff, etc. So. But I actually worked, not extensively, but I wrote like a whole series of notes down that I gave EK, and I read the book, the whole way through, probably more than once, just twice probably, so I had time for it. But I would write direct notes on it to tell her, and I don't think she'd say this that way, or I don't think she would think that. And EK was really great at, taking that on. She was just like a sponge. She wanted to learn as much as she could, and these were illustrations that I was doing actually for a possible cover of the book. And I was trying to work out. I wanted her to look really strong, but I wanted her to have this kind of different costume. And I finally ended up with the one on the right, and they put that on kind of like the early release of the book. And this costume is a version that we never actually got to put in animation, but it's what she was going to be wearing in season 6 and then going forward. And I thought I saw it over there a second ago. Someone was cosplaying it, but it's gone. So I missed out. But it's a cool thing. It's a fun costume to do. So hopefully I'll get to see that before this con's over. These are my goals at this con. And then this is Ahsoka fighting Vader that I did for I think was that London.
Yeah.
We're in London, yeah.
And this is where we've left her, and it is where we're going to
Right, that
leave
leads up
her.
to the T-shirt.
Question mark. And,
Yeah.
And this is why we called the presentation Animated Origins, so that we could talk about Ahsoka's origins.
It's not animated endings.
No.
That'd be a really depressing panel. Y'all are like, wow, that was
So
heavy.
there is more to say, but it's not going to be said here.
No, yeah, no. Oh, that'd be the worst. Why would you want me just to tell you what happens or happened and like?
But I do want to draw attention to one
That would
thing.
be
For those of you who are at Celebration London, and those who watched the live stream while we were here talking at this version of the panel, making Ashley Eckstein cry, you made a promise.
Did I?
You did.
Lies.
No.
Deception. Rumors.
You said that.
Brought by people who would corrupt you and turn you to evil.
You said that you were going to address the Ahsoka question on screen in the show that posed the question.
Is that right?
Yeah. So you don't have to answer this. We went through season 3, and you're like, well, where was that? Well, that's because that's how far ahead we are in the game. By the time we had that conversation, season 3 was already written and in motion. So good
Sure.
thing
That's
there's
a good answer.
we've got a season 4 coming
already
up. So
written.
let's see what happens
Saturday
then.
morning, season 4 Rebels panel.
There's a lot coming. Let's just leave it at that. There's a lot coming. All right.
That's actually a great question. So when you are when an episode airs, how far back do you actually begin in terms of concept writing? Like, is it a 2-year process or
It's
more?
around. It's like a year and a half, something like that. Yeah.
Year
Okay.
and a half.
Which is interesting because people, they get caught up with it and they react to it online, which is great. We love seeing that reaction. And then they'll go and engage in it week to week, and they're like, "Oh, I bet you they did this because of what we said last week." Like, no.
Obviously, though, one of our strategies is, I was bringing this up last night. I was like, we really try hard to, by the end of each season, have a deep, meaningful episode, and then one about Chopper. And then a really deeper, meaningful episode. So the audience is like, wow, I wonder where this is going. Chopper? What is this AP5? And then you're back to Obi-Wan and Maul, and you're like, I don't know what's happening anymore. And it's...
But it's true.
I don't know.
It's reflective of where we are in the writers' room because we get through like the really heady emotional stuff, and we're like, let's do one.
We need to cut the tension. Whoa, that was heavy.
Let's do one
Bring
where
out Chopper.
AP5 sings. Let's do that.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better.
But on the subject of Chopper and unexpected fates, this is something that caught us all by surprise.
Yeah. That was awesome.
We would never have thought in a million years that something like this could happen, but it did happen, and I think it goes to show how serious we at Lucasfilm take the idea of having all our storytelling be in the same universe, be connected.
Star Wars, so they're super excited because their Chopper's screen used now.
Yes.
So
Who drove Chopper on set?
Matt Martin drove Chopper for his big scene.
big scene, yeah.
I should say that there is obviously an experienced droid technician crew. The droid crew is top notch.
And then there's Matt.
Yeah. And they were busy because it was one of the busiest shots in the film. Everyone running from place to place, and they already have like 4 or 5 droids in that shot. So there was no one left to operate Chopper except for Matt.
It was, and I was standing on set that day.
Yeah, we were visiting that set.
We were visiting, and Matt's over on this lift, and I know he's operating Chopper, and there's like tons of people moving through that shot. There's the guys running through, yelling, center to center, and I'm just like thinking like, oh, please don't let my droid be the one that hits somebody or trips somebody, and they're gonna be like, get this thing out of here. I'm like, oh my gosh. And
You don't want Chopper to be the one who knocks over Mon Mothma and basically...
Oh my gosh.
Okay, cut.
I was standing next to Gareth, and he leans over to me, and we're looking at the whole shot, and he goes, everything looks perfect in this shot except for that orange thing. And I'm like, very funny, very funny, because he has a sense of humor. I mean, he's a funny guy, but yeah, I was so worried. When Matt, he never tripped anybody, so I was so thrilled for him. He did a great job.
The wonderful thing about this is everyone in the crew knew Chopper by that point.
Yeah.
Because they had been shooting all this B-roll stuff and stuff for the Star Wars show, so the crew had known Chopper because he was getting in everybody's business, and so they knew the character, and they had already got a sense of that character before this scene ever was shot.
That would have been a great shot to mount a chopper cam. If only there was a chopper cam shot of that.
Right past all
excuse
these
me,
legs.
yeah.
POV. Yeah, Rogue One was an amazing opportunity to draw in a lot of stuff from animation. And again, a lot of this comes from the directives set forth by Kathleen Kennedy and Curie Hart. And as we were developing Rogue One, we realized that the character of Saw Gerrera was the perfect character to fit this militant rebel general. And, you know, he's come a long way. Here he is, starting off in animated roots and returning to those roots in the course of Star Wars Rebels.
And this is such a, yeah, give it up for Saw Gerrera. This is such a wonderful tie back to George, too, the whole Onderon arc, right? Because this really was his concept in terms of the formation of the Rebel Alliance as small cells coming together. In terms of having him on the show, what were some of the challenges in terms of bringing him back a few years to how he appeared in should we be saving this for Saturday? I don't know. I'm just so curious right now.
It's fine. I mean,
good.
it was very challenging because everything's pretty fluid. And so we were writing, and our deadline's pretty tight, and they were writing, and there were some changes happening, and that's why Curie was really directly involved. I mean, she's always involved with what we're doing on Rebels, but I'd stay in constant contact with her on this particular character to make sure that we would line up very precisely with the film. And that's one of the tricky things about trying to make this stuff all, you know, one continuity is that, you know, you have to, when you're telling a story, make the best decisions you can in the moment. They're not always the things that you have scripted, because opportunity arises and you see the way things fit together and you have to make the change. And no one else will know because they'll just watch the finished piece. Right. So we made not many changes to what we were doing, but we definitely wanted to tell this story, and we had an opportunity with Geonosis and going back there, which I thought was really fun to do, again, for the Clone Wars fans. So we've been able to do a lot of things in Rebels that actually hook up pretty directly to Clone Wars, which surprises me because that was not a goal when we set out. It's just how the story has evolved, and we found ways to help it affect Kanan and Ezra and Hera and Sabine, so it's been good that way.
Then in terms of other connectivity, fans would shout when they see this. They'd spot the ghost in the corner. Spot the Ghost became a game that you would playing Rogue One, as well as other elements that were introduced in Star Wars Rebels. And I want to just bring you some examples here. This is the CG model of the Ghost as it is used in Star Wars Rebels. And you'll see it's pretty spare because all that detail is actually painted on. The detail that you see on the Ghost is painted texture. That doesn't cut it for ILM. So ILM took the Ghost starting model and just basically kitted it out and added all this extra detail in a fashion not too dissimilar to what the original ILM model makers would do, in that they would take race car bits and other plastic model kit bits and basically flesh out the Ghost so that she would be ready for her big screen debut. And this is the ILM model here on a turntable.
It was funny because I'm going to tell this, I give him trouble, but John Knoll, he was showing me this, and he's all excited, and he goes in his very John Knoll way, he's like, you know, all the weight is in the back of this ship, and your landing gear really far forward. And I was like, that's fascinating, John. It's a spaceship in a fantasy world, so I'm not really worried about it. And he was like, well, maybe there's a way to move landing gear. I'm like, you want I could put a little extra landing gear, you know, the John Knoll, it will come down the back fin. I should put one really long little touch point that just comes right down, and it goes back up. But that's why I love John. He thinks of everything. And then I looked at it, and so I tell John it's fine. And I go down to plunk it. I'm like, what were you thinking? Look at the weight. The weight's all in the back of this thing. It couldn't possibly stand. What? So
I tried to convince John that there's like a grand piano in the very front of the ship that helps balance it all out.
Yeah. It depends where
we never
Zeb
see
is.
it. Yeah. So it was amazing to see this stuff take shape. And here are the Hammerheads, which themselves are a nod to Knights of the Old Republic. And we got basically an evolution, an homage to that ship design in Rebels. And the crew at ILM took that and tried to extrapolate what it would look like several years down the line when this cruiser has been fitted for combat. So these are different versions of it with extra thrusters, extra pieces, and ultimately what they landed on was this version, which fans will know has an extra thruster. This is the high resolution model because we get right up close and personal to it when it plows itself into a Star Destroyer. So they built a version for that. And let's see if we have these here. Basically, we've got these models that ILM have made from as a starting point, was animation. So we were as thrilled to see this on screen as you guys were, basically. And it all comes from multiple places, but a big part of it comes from the fact that the ILM production crew for Rogue was down the hall and up the stairs from us doing the show. Here's another obscurity. This is a ship that was built for the background of Return of the Jedi. It was languishing in obscurity for 20 years. Nobody knew what it looked like. I found some reference photography years ago, about 10 years ago, put it online. And because of that, we found a way to put it into Rebels, and now it's also in Rogue One. So it's this background gunship. And the funny thing is, Bill George is the model maker that built this, and I told him so proudly, like, I resurrected your ship. It's so great. It's got a future. And he's like, oh, that thing is so ugly. Like, he is not proud of this in any way, but hey, it's got a future now. So that was a nice sort of surprise in terms of how interconnectivity could work and how something that begins in the animated space can find a new life. I've got one last character to go through, and it'll be short, but I think people
Cad Bane.
People want to know about this guy. And we'll try to get to this quick, but not many people know this story about Cad because I think we only told it once at WonderCon when he first appeared. But this is what Cad looked like way back in the day in your very first
That's a bummer.
In the very first iteration of him. So
yeah, originally he was going to be, originally Cad Bane started out, he was actually going to be a version of Dirge. And we tried to do some designs around that, and it became this thing where we couldn't do it. We probably couldn't afford to do all the kind of mass liquid things that he becomes. And I have this rule, like, if we can't do what it is, then we just shouldn't take the name and use it. That's just ridiculous. So we abandoned doing Dirge, and then he became this bounty hunter that Henry was calling Nam Kaba. And I was doing these different helmets and trying to figure out what he could possibly look like as a bounty hunter. But then when George saw it, George changed the whole thing, and he was like, he needs to be like Lee Van Cleef. He has to be a cowboy, and I want him to wear this hat. And so George described him to me, and then I did this drawing of him, which is that one. And I took that drawing and I gave it to Killian Plunkett, and I said, we need this Duros, and we got to make him like this kind of Lee Van Cleef cowboy, and he's, the angel eyes to, your Clint Eastwood Blondie character. And so that was the kind of premise there. And Killian did these great drawings of this hat. We tried to figure out a way to make it, not look just straight cowboy, but have a little bit of a Star Wars edge to it. And he came up with all these fantastic combinations, different hats, different styles. But I wanted to stick pretty much to the silhouette that George and I talked about. So we went with actually the one on the far left. Well, my left, I don't know if that's your left, but yep, your left. And so we got Cad Bane, who's one of my favorite characters. And Corey Burton, of course, who does the voice brilliantly.
Yeah. Was he always?
Yeah.
Duros.
Was it
yeah,
Duros?
always
Yeah.
a Duros.
So, there's not much left to say about this character, but we thought this would be an opportunity to bring something that's never been seen before.
I have a smattering of Clone Wars left that I shot that you guys haven't seen. And so we did this really cool story arc where basically the premise was Cad Bane teaches Boba Fett how to be a real bounty hunter. And it's not animated. It's in the same condition that what Bad Batch and the other the release things I did online are of Clone Wars, but it's fully voiced with Daniel Logan playing Boba Fett and Corey Burton playing Cad Bane. And we finally got permission to show a clip of a gunfight between Boba Fett and Cad Bane.
You want to see it?
So if we can get the lights down, and we'll see what we see.
Here it comes.
Audio up,
sound.
Please. I wouldn't be so hasty now, boy.
Let them go, Bane. This isn't their fight anymore.
Always fighting for those in need. That's a quick way to wind up poor or dead. And probably both.
No more innocent people are going to die. All be locked up, all live in fear.
Looks like your little insurrection has failed. Now surrender, and I'll let your friends walk away.
I say, we give the kid his shot.
So that's it. Just you and me then, Boba Fett.
I guess it is.
The cool thing is that the blast mark on the head was George. He's like, put that little blast right there and make it smoke.
Yeah.
So he was very specific. It was pretty cool.
Now,
I love cowboy movies.
Did
huh?
he get a did Cad Bane get hit at all in that?
So that looks like the panel is about.
Yeah, we're at time here, so
It looks like, you
All
know.
right. Well, fortunately,
that
we're
works
seeing a
out.
lot of you guys, and unfortunately, we are basically out of time because you brought so much great stuff.
we had no idea we would end up filling the whole panel showing content, but I'm glad you guys got to see what we got to bring. So.
Come on, that was pretty amazing, though, right? Some incredible content. Well, let's put it this way. Even though we don't have time for Q&A, promises you'll come back again sometime for another Q&A, right?
Yeah.
This is what
And
it's all
next time,
about.
if we had a little more time, I'd tell you what happened to Ahsoka and Cad Bane, but unfortunately, we're out of time. Oh, what a shame. We could have had a contest, which you want to know more, but
Yeah.
oh well.
Asking trivia, we'll give you an answer. Yeah,
I
don't
can't.
worry.
My hands are tied. So
Well, it's
sorry.
just day 1 of 4. We're going to see a lot more of these guys. Pablo Hidalgo and
guys.
Dave
Thank you.
Filoni. Give them a round of applause. We'll see you soon. Have a great day at Star Wars Celebration Orlando. Take care.
Wars Show Live. I am now joined on stage by Lynn Brennan, the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Lucasfilm. Come on out. She's still in the Millennium Falcon. So Linwood is one of the coolest ladies in the world, and she's a big deal at our company. You have been with Lucasfilm for 18 years now. What are you most proud of?
Well, I'm proud of starting when I was 10.
Obviously.
You know, I am proud of the community that we have there.
Yeah.
And I think that the company that George built lives his values and lives the values that he put into the films. And I'm just incredibly proud to be part of that, honestly.
My 4-year anniversary of Lucasfilm was this week, and I've just been thinking about how we have just such a special mix of people, and that's what makes everything possible. It's really exciting.
We do.
So how have things changed since you've started?
We've grown a lot, that's for sure. When I started, it was on episode 1. And so we were just growing. I started at ILM, so we were growing from a relatively small company when you easily knew everybody's name to a huge company in 4 countries around the world. And then, of course, we've gone through the acquisition by Disney, which has been quite the adventure. It's been a wonderful time, actually, because I think that everybody from Bob down has really embraced what's unique about Star Wars and has embraced the fact that that comes from a unique company, that your culture shows up in the films and the products and the TV series that we make. It comes from the people, and so that we've been able to maintain that culture, even though it's bigger. In many ways, it's very similar to the company of 500 people when I started.
Yeah, we still feel like a bit of a family.
Yeah,
it's
we do.
really, really lovely. Now, you were recently featured in a New York Times article discussing the lack of women in the film industry. But there's a lot of women in Lucasfilm.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about how Lucasfilm is addressing this problem?
Yes. I always like to tell people that, again, I think it comes from George. I think that George built a community that was welcoming to many, many different types of people from different backgrounds, and was always very inclusive. And I always like to say I was promoted to president when I was on maternity leave. So, again, that says a great story to me, that there is, everybody can bring something to the table. And the fact that we have so many unique voices means that we can tell stories that speak to more people. And so it's so important to bring more and more women into the industry. And we're doing things from all the way through the pipeline. We're working with outreach with high schools so that kids know that there's a career in this industry, because they might not even think of it, or they think that they need to be a computer science major, or they need to be an artist, or they can be anything of the above. The only thing I would say is you have to keep going for what you want. But
now, what is your advice to women specifically who want to get into the film industry?
I think try and get some internships, really work to get in on programs that are doing internships in the film industry. We do some both in the States with ILM, we do some with physical production in the UK. So to make sure that you're working with your schools, going to any speeches in the industry of people doing outreach, get involved, do student films, get involved in
just make stuff.
Make stuff and show your imagination and your passion, and keep going.
Now, on a personal level, you've been to many celebrations. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
This is the first celebration I've come to with my son, actually, and he's a major Star Wars fan. He's 8 years old, so he's perfectly in the window. He's backstage playing with his Legos, and that's what I'm so excited about. And I'm just like everybody else here who's sharing it with their families and passing on their love of this franchise to the next generation, and that's what's really special for me this time.
Well, have an amazing time with him, and thank you so much for coming by, guys. You at home, we will have lots more from Star Wars Celebration in just a minute from the Star Wars Show Live, presented by Verizon.
Thank you.
right, I am back here in the Falcon. I've got Dan Lujan with me from Kotobukiya. You guys make some of the most beautiful toys
Thank you
and
so much.
collectibles I have ever seen, and we've got a couple of new things up.
Yeah, these are actually our Celebration exclusives for this year. It's 000 and BT. I think first time ever that I've seen something like this as a collectible.
I absolutely love that you guys did 000. 000 is just absolutely one of my favorite droids, one of my favorite characters. Just so dark and cool and weird, and I love it.
Yeah, and I mean, when we plan these things, sometimes it just works out really well. I think these two droids are really getting very popular, and it was perfect timing.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I mean, obviously, when you're creating something that's highly detailed like this, there's a long time that it's in the works. What is the process from sort of like concept to finish?
Generally, it's about 6 months. So we'll come up with the concept, we'll submit it to licensing for approval, and once that's a go-ahead, it depends on if we need to create new tooling. And actually for BT, that is new tooling for the dome. We already had the tooling for 000.
Sure.
It's just a paint swap. But for BT, we
Don't you ever say that about 000.
So we actually...
He's so much more than a paint swap.
I won't mention it again. But yeah, generally 6 months.
Okay, that's amazing. And then it comes... You've also got this like collectible coin here.
It does. It comes with a collectible medallion. With all our droids, we like to include a collectible medallion. We've done droids before for Celebration and for New York Comic Con. And this set is also cool because we included a special print by artist Adi Gravnov.
Oh, that's
so
beautiful.
we worked with Adi Gravnov before on our Marvel lines, and when we came up with this concept, we asked him if he'd like to do some artwork for us, and he was more than happy to.
That's amazing. And you guys have done some wonderful, wonderful toys. You've done a ton of Star Wars stuff at this point. Is there anything else that you guys have your eye on? Anything in the works?
We're actually unveiling at the show for the very first time Emperor Palpatine.
Whoa!
Yes. We've been hearing a lot of fans want Emperor Palpatine added into the collection. So we've already got the Royal Guards, we've got the Stormtroopers, we've got Darth Vader, so now we've got Emperor Palpatine.
I think it's very rude to come onto the bridge of my freighter without a Palpatine for me. And
It's
that's
at
all
our
I'm gonna
booth.
say.
Come by the booth. I will show it to you in person.
Absolutely. And then you guys, in addition to doing these toys, these figures and sculpts, you do some other collectibles too. I have some like chopsticks that are sabers from you guys. I have some ice cube trays that are trooper helmets. What else do you guys have in the works?
We do a line of kitchen goods. Some of the items that we offer are only available in Japan due to licensing, but the kitchen goods are available internationally. We've got chopsticks, silicone trays, egg shapers, sandwich shapers, you name it.
That's amazing, man. So you guys are here at the show, and if people aren't at the show today, where can they find out more about Kotobukiya?
You can visit us on our Facebook page. It's simply Kotobukiya, or you can go to our website. It's kotous.com.
That's awesome. Dan, thank you so much.
Thank
and remember,
you.
we have more from Star Wars Celebration here on the Star Wars Show Live in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. I am joined now on the stage by 3 versions of the same man that are all very, very different. I've got Tamura Morrison, Jeremy Bulloch, and Daniel Logan. The Fets are here! Oh! Thank you guys so much for coming. Bring it in. Bring it in, man. Come on in. He's distracted by R2, as we all are. That is amazing. Oh yeah, bring him in.
This is how they created the Boba Fetish right here.
That's it.
Jeremy Bulloch was the original Boba Fetish.
That's true. That's true. And I gotta ask you guys, so what is, now that I have all 3 of you here, we got some Mandos in the audience, I'm sure, right? Can I hear you guys? Yeah. What is the key, now that I have all of you in one place, to playing a Fett and being a Fett?
It's fettuccine.
Okay.
It's to come back once again, to meet the guys, the young and old, baby Fett.
Baby Fett.
Middle Fett.
Little baby Fett, they call him.
Yeah. And old Fett, but you're still part of a dream. It's just fantastic.
I mean, Jango Fett looks more like sexy Fett right now. What do you guys say, right?
That's true.
He's been missing in the galaxy of the fetish.
I'm the best looking Fett here.
Wow. Wow.
Of course, I'm from
words.
New Zealand. Me and Daniel are from New Zealand. And to answer the question, what does it take to be a Fett, a bounty hunter? Well, first and foremost, good looks, because you want to be a good-looking bounty hunter.
Sure.
Good eyes. Good eyes, so we can see where we're going, especially with that
visor.
Especially with the blue visor on, yes. And being strong, very strong.
Yeah.
And of one mind, and unmovable. Those are some of the traits of the Fets.
Oh, cool. So I'm completely unqualified. What do you think makes Boba and Jango such fan-favorite characters?
Because they're very good looking.
Sure. Immovable. Good eyes.
Enormous talent.
Yeah.
I must also add, we had a wonderful spaceship.
Yes.
And that helped us out immensely, being able to travel around the galaxy in our wonderful spaceship. I was just wondering why George didn't focus on my relationship with my spaceship a little bit more than that other love story we had to endure.
Yeah.
However,
you really see.
I'm still grateful. But I'm sure there was more going on between me and my spaceship.
You really see the whole saga as the story of a man and his spaceship.
Yes.
A bounty hunter and his spaceship.
I guess
but he has 2. Sorry,
Jeremy.
He has 2 ships more. Slave 00 and Slave 1. You know that. You should know this by now.
That's wow. It's just a polyamorous relationship. It's
Well,
fine.
I mean, he got 001, he got 1, and I got none. So I mean, how do you think I got the short end of the stick of the
No, you're
Boba
my
Fett reign?
co-driver.
But it looks like you were the only one that walked away with a helmet, though. So that's
You're
a good
my
get.
co-driver, yeah. How come you got a helmet?
Well, this was your head.
No, my head was in a helmet similar to that, but it fell out of there when that Mace Windu guy saw me.
Woo!
That's it. That's the scene. That's the scene. Have you seen Mace Windu around? I owe him a lightsaber.
I gotta ask, I mean, you can clearly tell when the 3 of you are up on stage together. You guys have been hanging out in conventions and celebrations together for a long time. You're good friends.
Well, I haven't been to one for a long time, but I really want to say it's nice to see Jeremy again and Daniel. I haven't seen them for a while, and we always have a lot of fun, and we respect Jeremy because he was the one that he was around before we turned up, so we're all kind of working off Jeremy's kudos in a way. So it's wonderful to be back. I also just want to pay and acknowledge Kenny and our princess.
Absolutely.
Sleep well, sleep the long sleep. But you saw them not so long ago.
Saw
to
them
Jeremy.
not long ago, and you miss them so much as Carrie and Kenny. They were great. I mean,
Just wanted to pay respects to them. Yeah, now that they're not here anymore.
Yeah.
Much respect to Kerry and Kenny, but and they were a lot of fun too. We had the pleasure of mixing and mingling with them, having a lot of fun, especially with Kenny. Kenny liked doing the haka with us after a few wines, so so he was a lot of fun. But we pay respects to them and sleep the long sleep.
It's amazing.
Moi moi.
That's amazing. That's great, man. Jeremy, I gotta ask, as they've said, you originated it. You were the first Fett. When you put on that costume for the first time, did you have any idea that Boba Fett would have such a strong fan base, one of the strongest fan bases of any Star Wars character?
I never thought he'd ever be popular. I just did the part. Not many lines at all, but I think...
How many lines did you have?
About 2.
What was your last line of the movie?
Put Captain Solo in a cargo.
No, there's one last one.
Oh no! Oh no!
I think that was the line, wasn't it?
You got it! You got it!
Thanks. I think we'll find somebody else.
So this is the last celebration. These three will be on stage together.
You just gotta have the mediator in between us all.
Mind you, I had the same line in episode 2.
That's true. That's true.
Could you work on it? It is actually...
I try and just leave it for the last minute and make it spontaneous.
Boba Fett has 7 lines and a scream.
You couldn't give us that scream, could you?
That's it.
Very good, very good.
Yes! Yes!
Yes!
That's talent right there. I can see why you got the part, Jeremy. And he's a very good cricket player as well.
There you go.
I'm not quite sure if you guys have heard of cricket, but anyway, yeah, it's an English game.
Guys, thank
Goes
you
on for
so
3
much
days.
for coming up here, coming on stage.
Hey, thank you. Thank you
Joining
for
us
having
at this 40th anniversary celebration. It's
Thanks
so
to all
wonderful
the
to have you.
fans.
The Fets,
Thanks
you
to all the
guys.
fans. Thanks to all the Fett fans, all the Mandalorians.
We got more
Thank
from
you
Star
very
Wars
much.
Celebration in just a moment, so stay right here.
Is it possible to stay the night here with...
Yeah, absolutely. Just curl right up.
How's it going? Hello over here. Here we go. Hi. Hello. How's it going, guys? Fantastic. Great to see you all. Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. Hello. Now I've got to park this behind here before we move on. Dismount in a dignified manner. Perfect. Excellent. Have you seen the videos on YouTube of people falling off segways? I don't intend to recreate one of those here on the stage. Welcome to Star Wars Celebration and welcome to this show. It's great to see you all. Thanks for being here. Fabulous. Are you having a good time? Yeah. Are you having a good time down here, sir? Can you see me? He's a stormtrooper here. Yeah. You know, I once borrowed one of these helmets, you see, to walk round a celebration in the past, you see, because people keep recognizing me, so I popped this on, you see. And you know what all people kept saying to me was, yes, you're too good looking, take that helmet off. No. Aren't you a little stalk for a stormtrooper? But yeah, we've all heard that one before. Good. Now, we've got some people sitting over here. These are our best seats in the house. And before we go any further, I'm going to have a chat with these guys, see who's who here. Now, who are you, mysterious man?
I'm John with a subpar impression to this guy.
Okay. We'll move on. How did he get up here? We need some sort of vetting process, all right? Right, hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Leia.
Leia, wow. And are you a Star Wars fan? You are. And dare I ask, who is your favorite character?
You.
Yeah. That's nice. Well, welcome to the show. I hope you enjoy it. Do you know who you're here to see?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Ian.
Ian. And he plays a very scary character, doesn't he? The Emperor. Yes. Can you do an Emperor laugh?
No.
No, okay. Do you want to try? No. Do you want to try one?
Ha ha ha.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So, do you know Star Wars characters?
I do.
So you think you're you got a good knowledge of them, yeah?
A little.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you like games?
I do.
Do you want to play a Star Wars game with me?
Yes.
All right then, follow me. Come on.
R2D.
Right, okay, so this game is called R2D Who. Sit in the hot seat. This is the guest seat. Okay, so we're going to play a game now. I am going to show you a series of images, 3 of them in total.
Okay.
All you've got to do is identify which character is under the R2D2 dome.
Okay.
Okay, so here comes the first image. You can look over there. Okay, here's the first one. Who's that?
Oh, man.
Okay, let's clues in the picture. Who could it be? Just hazard a guess now. We've got a guest to bring out. I'm going to have to rush you. Who is it?
Oh, Ian. No?
No, I need to know the character. No, that's wrong. That's incorrect. Let's see who it was. Oh, it's Darth Maul. Okay, so you got 1 wrong. 2 more to go. Let's see the next one. Who's that?
Oh my gosh.
You're going to feel really silly if you get this one wrong.
I'm the mommy that takes care of the
You
children.
said you knew characters. Right, go on. Give us a guess. Who's that?
Ian.
There he is. It is, of course, Palpatine. Okay, good. You got 1 right, 1 wrong. Let's see the last one. Who's that? Oh, it's on the tip of your tongue. Who is it?
Of course.
They're helping you out. Who is it?
Morgan.
Hawkins. Let's see if she's right. Yes, it is. Well done. So you got 2 out of 3, but I'm a generous chap. You still win a prize. Let's have a look at the prize. Where is it? We got a prize for you. Lovely. Here it is. Mark's got the prize. So stand up and take your prize. You've got some R2D2 goodies, some celebration exclusives right there. Thanks for playing R2D Who. Thank you. Okay.
R2D.
Fantastic. There we go. Okay, right, so on with the show. Now, there is a character in the Star Wars galaxy who epitomizes pure evil. In The Phantom Menace, he was just that, a menace, but through trickery and deceit, he went on to become leader of the First Galactic Empire. Let's take a look at Palpatine's relentless rise to power.
The Emperor's coming here?
That is correct, Commander.
Now you will experience the full power of the dark side. In time, you will call me Master. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ian McDiarmid.
Greetings from the dark side.
Oh, welcome, Ian.
Hi, Warwick.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome.
It's very good on the segue there, Warwick.
Oh, thank you very much.
I knew that already, though.
So we got you a lovely sort of red chair. I think it suits
It's
your
very,
character.
yes, yeah, it's very roomy.
Do you like that?
Yes. You can
Very
get more
roomy.
than one dark side person in here.
I
That's
see.
good.
I see. Well, welcome back.
And good afternoon, members of the jury. Can I object to that one?
Yes. Don't approach him. Don't approach him. There's something not quite right there. So keep an eye on him. If he sneaks up on me, can you let me know?
I will.
Okay. Thank you. So welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
It's lovely that you must enjoy it because you come back time and time again.
I do, because I get to talk to people like you and people like you.
Now, your background is, of course, as a stage performer, so you must enjoy that connection with the audience.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's great to be in front of a lively, live group of people. Movies are great too, but you know what they do. They capture what you've done and they take it away on a box, and then you see bits of it later. Whereas here you get everything now, for better or for worse.
Absolutely. Now, until The Force Awakens, apart from R2 and 3PO, there's a lot of rules here, you were the only actor in a lead role to have appeared in the classic trilogy and the prequels.
That is true.
What was it like getting that call to go back again?
It was great, and of course it came out of the blue. I thought I was dead forever. Well, I am dead forever. But I didn't know George was going to go backwards, and initially he didn't either. But when Vader became such a fascinating character, he thought it would be fascinating to complete what was in the back of his mind, bring it to the front, and tell you his story. So I got a call, rather like the first one I had. George Lucas is in town, he'd like to see you. And I thought, well, he's just come to say hello, that's great. But no, it was 3 more movies. And I went in to a hotel room, and he said, I've said this morning already, but it's absolutely true. He said, what do you want to drink? And I said, I'll go for the water. And then he said, do you know anyone who wants to play an emperor? I said, yes, please. He said, okay, you can give the water back. That's the shortest audition I've ever had. And then he told me about this character called Senator Palpatine, who was clearly the young version of the emperor. And he just said he's a straightforward sort of guy, not particularly unlikable, maybe a little hypocritical, just like your average politician. So, and then he said, and then this other person in the background, I should tell you a little bit about that, but it doesn't really affect you directly, or it won't immediately. And that was Darth Sidious, of course. And I had no idea who this person was, let alone that it would turn out to be me. And quite a few other people didn't either. And one of them was Liam Neeson, who at the premiere in London, he said, you didn't tell me it was you, you bastard. I said, Liam, I scarcely knew myself. However, I was delighted that it was me to be able to play, you know, the inside horrible person and the outside apparently reasonable man.
Now, of course, this year marks the 40th anniversary of Star Wars.
Sure does.
I mean, what do you think is the secret to its longevity and the success?
Well, everybody says this, and it's true. I think George would say this too. It's the story. It's always a story that gets you. It's got to be a story that everyone can relate to. You've got to have principal characters that you can identify with, or not, in the case of me. And it's got to have some kind of moral trajectory. And that's the great thing about the whole saga, is it does do that. And of course, the story of Vader, who we all thought was the most diabolical, evil monster that had ever been created when we saw the first 2 movies, turns out to have a past and severe psychological difficulties, and also a propensity to hope for too much and to fear too little. Perfect recipe as far as Palpatine is concerned to pull him to the dark side.
Yeah, so a character easily led by you, really. You see.
Yeah, I suppose so. So you have good and evil in balance, but always shifting, particularly in the case, and Hayden, who's around, as you know, today, played it so wonderfully. He got the balance of this guy who was tortured, really. He wanted power, but he also wanted to save Padme, and he took the wrong turning.
Now, you've mentioned the storytelling there, of course, and the characters being so important. Tell us about the character of Palpatine.
Yes, he's a bit of a mystery. And again this morning, you asked me, you know, what did George say to you about the part? The truthful answer was absolutely nothing, really. I got the script and I saw the costume. And I took it from there. But in a sense, there was nothing to say, or so I thought, until we got to Revenge of the Sith and the scene between Hayden and me, where you see that Palpatine had a bit of a backstory and that he was once an apprentice to another Darth. So I guess that he really was human. I'd always thought of him as a sort of solid block of evil without any humanity whatsoever. But I guess one time in his life and his trajectory, he had a human heart beating in there too. But I speculate.
So where did you draw your inspiration from for this character?
Well, it was interesting. The minute if you're told you're going to be the emperor of the universe, for a start, you don't sit like this. You know, you have to sort of sit like that. And I saw the chair. I thought, oh, that's good. You know, every emperor needs a throne. So there was already a kind of given area. And I thought, and he's supposed to be initially about 120. So I thought, well, there won't be much movement involved, and that will be good too. And then I saw this face that they created in front of me, literally, and the yellow eyes. And I thought he looked like a sort of revolting reptile of some kind, a kind of toad. So I started to think about a voice, and this sort of came in, you know, noise of a toad. And I tried to get out that into this, and to keep it going. And nobody said stop. Except there was one rather worrying moment in Return of the Jedi when Richard Marquand, who you know is the director of the film, he said, now I'm going to give you a tape of Clive Revill, wonderful actor, as you know, who did the voice in Empire Strikes Back. And if you can get your voice close to his, George might let you keep it. I thought, what? I said, I've done all this work and I'm now... He said, oh, never mind, just go on doing what you're doing. I'm sure it'll be fine. And it was, thank goodness. But it was a voice that matched the face. And it was very interesting to have the opportunity to go back and try to be a persuasive guy, you know, who was really quite pleasant and nice on television, but all the time there was this monster inside. And George, who's very shy about giving notes, gave me a really good one. And that was, imagine that your face, my face, Ian McDiarmid's face, is a mask. And underneath the mask is this monster. So every time you were seeing me and I was being Palpatine, there was a kind of strain behind it all, which he was always trying not to show, of course, because he wanted to appear to be a virtuous Democrat. But doesn't everybody want to appear to be a virtuous Democrat when they start their political careers?
Now, as an actor, is there any sort of particular routine you go through to get into character, or is it something you can just switch on and off?
Not really. Yes, because movies, as you know, move so quickly, and you get the lines, and sometimes in Star Wars case, at the last minute, so you're concentrating on getting those into your head, and then everybody pushes the button at the same time, so you just have to go. But when we did the prequels, I had the experience of playing the character before, so all that was unwritten. But as I said to you earlier, it was the script, the chair, the face, the yellow eyes, and the voice. So I just made sure they were all functioning before George said action.
Now, you've mentioned most of your character's facets there, but you've missed out one. That's the laugh.
Oh, yes.
That's the thing we all know and love, is the laugh and the screams. Now, before we talk about it, I've got a little montage of your finest laughter screams.
Oh, really?
Let's have a look.
Oh, hey. Oh, well, that sounds like a gas. The last one was the best. Yeah.
So along with the brilliant dialogue and all of the quiet stuff, there's a lot of screaming and the laugh. I mean, where did that come from? Because it is so iconic.
There was a lot of laughing.
You have different ones, don't you? There's the
I
chuckle.
did. Yeah, but I think I did a day of laughter, actually. I think it was like a laugh in. George should just laugh a bit, you know, do some more laughs. And they've recorded practically everything and published them on later. But because the voice had sort of come from somewhere down there, apart from the burp, I knew that it sort of had to start there, wherever it finished. And I'd seen a terrific Japanese actor produce his voice from more or less his stomach. And I thought that's an amazing thing to do, because as you know, voices from the chest and the head and the mouth, obviously, and indeed the throat. So I used to sort of, now I am sort of slightly contradicting myself. My preparation was just to sort of go like that to begin with, and just then let whatever came out come out. And sometimes it was really terrible. And looking when I was changing into the creature, you know, unlimited power, George kept saying, you could go further. I said, no, I honestly can't. And I think I shouldn't have gone that far in the first place. But he said, no, go further. And so what just reminded me there, see, I'm doing it now, just laughing at it. There was one point where I actually got hysterical, because I thought, I can't do any more than this, and you can't be serious that you're going to use this. Please, God, because I'd like to work again. However, he did, and here I am.
Oh, that's brilliant.
But,
that's brilliant.
yeah, I could do a few. Do you want to? Yeah, you're trying to make.
We would love one. Wouldn't we like a laugh now? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Get it done. Right. Thank you very much.
Incredible.
And at this point, Mr. McDermott left the stage with a heart attack.
What I noticed when you do that, your whole demeanor changes and everything. There's a physical transformation.
Yes, it does come from there.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Now, something Star Wars does very well, of course, and has done for many years, and something we all love as fans, is merchandising.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and
I've heard of that.
There are many times you have been created in plastic. So we're going to have a look at a few right now. Let's take a look. Okay, before we see some, do you have any favorite pieces?
Favorite pieces of plastic?
Yeah, merchandise, of your character.
Yes. A Pez dispenser.
Pez dispenser?
Yeah.
I think we got that one.
Have you got that? That's when I knew I'd really made it.
There we are. Look, there's a collection of Pez.
Oh, yeah. See?
There you are. You know you've made it, don't you, when people can flip your head up and pop a little sweetie out?
Yes, do you find that?
Yeah, you've made it in your career then, haven't you?
Yeah.
You need do nothing else.
Absolutely.
Okay, what have we got next? So there we go. Look, that's Palpatine and Yoda having a water fight, I think.
Oh, yes.
It's brilliant, isn't it, where they've kind of created your power.
It's dangerous if electricity goes through water, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, and the final one, what do we have? Well, there's another one.
All right.
Another bobblehead. Do you think they've captured you there in plastic?
Yes, they have. I'm inside that thing.
Yeah. What we'd all like to know, Ian, is do you own any of these things? In your house, I imagine it's quite a posh house with lovely leather and wood and things. Is there one of these?
Nothing like that at all.
Is there anything like this sat on the side?
No.
No.
But in lots of friends' houses, there are many. And some of them unsigned.
Oh. Now they're really worth the money.
They are.
Thank you, Ian. That is immortalized in plastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, great.
So, now Return of the Jedi. Oh, there we are.
Oh, yeah.
For us, it was my first Star Wars film.
Yeah.
It brings up a very important question. What was it like to work with an 11-year-old Warwick Davis? Do you remember me at all?
If memory serves, I can't remember.
No. Well, we didn't encounter each other, did we?
Yes. I also, and you used to come to the theatre that I ran. I remember, and I saw you in the audience a couple of times. But then you later, of course, became an Ewok. And then things got very difficult between us, didn't they? And frankly, they still are, you know. To be defeated by a gang of teddy bears with him, you know, it's not how I imagined the most powerful emperor ever created was going to end his life. You know.
You've got to let it go, Ian. You've got to let it go.
I can't. There's some things you just can't, and I'm not going to.
You see, you Empire lot, you got so cocky, didn't you, with your technology. You didn't realise a few rocks and some twigs would sort you out.
No.
And that's what
I didn't mind the rocks and twigs. It was the furry teddy bears I couldn't bear.
Yeah, but they were the ones throwing the rocks and logs and
know
twigs.
They were. I know.
Yeah.
Couldn't they have been somebody else? I mean, you threw your rock brilliantly, so I mustn't be personal about it.
Can I have that as a quote?
As a concept, you know, as a sort
Can I have that
of genesis.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to have that as a quote. You threw your log brilliantly.
Yes.
Ian McDermott.
Yeah, very good. I'll sign it if you want.
Now, when we first saw your character, right, he was an old man.
He was.
Then in the prequels, he was younger.
Yeah.
Again, it's sort of a bit like a sci-fi version of Benjamin Button.
Yes,
right?
It is.
Now, as an actor, was it useful for you to be able to see the future kind of thing when you were playing him in the prequels? Was that kind of
Yeah,
useful
well, I
to you?
suppose it was indelibly etched on my memory, having done Return of the Jedi first, yes. But again, because, you know, George doesn't impart information, you know, willingly, reasonably too, you know, because we don't want to know and we don't want to give it away because we want to entertain you. But yes, there was always the notion that one day, one film, he would sort of explode into the creature that he always was. So every now and again in the films, I would let little bits of the voice as Palpatine sort of go into the Emperor area. And the day when we filmed a particular scene, the scene with Hayden in the theatre, I'd gone through a pretty arduous day filming. I'd done my bit of fighting. It wasn't a lot, but I did it in the morning. And I also had a go at the transformation scene when he turns into the monster. And during that scene, there were 4 wind machines, you know about this, and they drive them at you. That's because it looks best for the hair, apparently. And so they did. And that day, you know they're going to do it because the wig people nail your wig to your head if you happen to be wearing one. Anyway, they did that. And of course, what everyone forgets is, however clean the studio is, there's still a lot of dust to be chucked up. So it was chucked up, and most of it was chucked down my throat, into my chest, and up my nose. And then I had to do that scene in the opera with Hayden at the end of the day. It was Friday afternoon. And I said to George, well, the voice is just a little bit hoarse. And he said, that's great, Ian. That's because he's in transition. So I put my ailment to good use, I hope.
Now, that scene you talk about there at the opera, well, I like to think they're watching a weird version of Cirque du Soleil, actually. But,
oh, yes, the performance.
Yes.
Not a very good argument for subsidized theatre, I thought, you know. I don't think national endowments for the arts should ever be cut or interfered with. But after having seen that performance, I could perhaps sympathize.
it was one of your favourite scenes, though, wasn't it?
It was, oh no, I love the scene. George originally had that scene in yet another enormous office. Every time he got more powerful and got more tempting of Anakin, he got a bigger office. And they weren't CGI, they were real. I'd walk into the studio and go, oh my God, you know, where are you? And, but then George said, I think we've had enough of offices, let's go to the theatre. So on this Friday that I talked about, we had 2 chairs, just like this, either side, Anakin's chair and my chair, and green screen, obviously, everything was going to be added later. And I had learnt it. We didn't have time to rehearse. It was the end of Friday. And Hayden, who was there and was doing it with me, obviously, George said, we'll be on you all day today, and it was 4:30, there wasn't much of the day left, and then we'll be on you, Hayden, on Monday. And I thought, well, can't we both be on Monday, you know, because my voice would get better. And he said, no, don't worry, you know, if we don't look it, we'll do it again on Monday, but I'd like you to do it, a long scene, as you know. Don't stop, they'll throw you a line if you need one, but don't stop. That's all to do with continuity and so on. And in front of me were 2, just where that box is now. There were 2 cameramen, 2 of the best in the business, who slid along on this moving track every now and again. And I knew I had their utmost concentration and brilliance. They were down below me because they were trying to make me look as hideous as possible, you know, and that's lots of jowl and everything else. And I did the scene about 20 times, and I didn't need to call for a line, miraculously. And what helped me was Aiden's fantastic concentration. On this side, the 2 guys and my ability to ignore mobile phones, which went off intermittently from the video village. I knew I shouldn't stop. So it was a very strange day. And I thought when we'd finished, well, we'll certainly be doing all that again on Monday. And George said, no, I've got what I want, and on Monday we'll be round on Hayden. So it's memorable from that point. I also, because it's such an interesting scene, one of the longest, I think, in the whole saga, with a good story in it, the story of Darth Plagueis. Of course, I wanted to give it my best shot, and I was kind of worried that with all that going on and what I've described to you, best shots would not be available. However, when they put it all together, and maybe the fact that I was a bit internally stressed added something to it. So when I saw the final version at the ranch, as it happens, I didn't want to kill myself.
Well, let's indulge ourselves now and see that scene in its entirety.
The Jedi are selfless. They only care about others.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
No.
I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a dark lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise, he could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying.
He could actually save people from death.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
What happened to him?
He became so powerful. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his power, which eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew. Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep. It's ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
What George has wonderfully allowed in the editing too is lots of pauses. And the fact that you're in a theatre, it doesn't seem a little odd, because then you can go and pretend to look at what's going on the stage while the poison trickles into the ear of Anakin, who's sitting beside me. And in the film, all of the films which are fast, deliberately fast, and I'm completely in favor of fast in the movies, there's suddenly this sort of little island of evil. And listening to it there, I would be quite wrong if I claimed this, but it appears to start on a gulp. I sort of do a little bit of that, which wasn't intentional, but now having talked to you this afternoon, I'm about to claim that this was me feeding in the real emperor and how he was going to speak later. But it wasn't. I was trying to get whatever it was in my throat out of it.
Now, you talked about remembering the lines for that scene, it being a particularly long scene, and I don't know whether it's true of you, but as an actor, you learn them, but soon after you've said them, you've forgotten them again. Is that true?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, but you see, that's not true of Star Wars fans. They remember every line that we said, don't they, in the movies?
Much better than we ever would.
Is that right? Who can remember the lines from the movies? Yeah? Okay. Who thinks they know Ian's lines from the movie? Oh dear, he's excited. Okay, let's have a look. Who have we got here? Let's have a look. Somebody interesting who might be able to do this. Let's have, who are we pointing at? He doesn't want to be pointed at by the look of it. He doesn't want to be pointed at. Let's have you, sir. Come up and join me on the stage over here. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay. Thank you very much. Just make your way up the stairs carefully. Can someone frisk him on the way up, please? Thank you very much. Okay, come and join me over here in my chair as we play a little game.
Complete the Senate. Ants. Oh, I see. Senators. Very clever.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play you 3 clips, okay, one at a time. I'm going to pause the video at a moment where either Ian's about to speak or he starts to speak. You have to complete the line. Do you think you can do this?
I think so,
Okay,
yes.
what is your name, by the way?
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy. So you want to turn to the big screen up there and concentrate. Let's play the first clip. Here we go.
Take your weapon.
Okay, here we go. It's not a hard one, this. Take your weapon.
Yeah. Take your weapon. I am unarmed. Strike me down. Keep going.
What do you reckon? Is he right? Okay, let's take a look and find out.
Take your weapon. Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
Okay, not as easy as you thought, is it?
No.
Did you remember that one, Ian?
Not for a second.
Okay.
No.
Okay, right, here comes number 2. Concentrate now, focus.
Now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Okay, that's pretty good. What did you think of that performance,
I
Ian?
thought it was very good, very
Pretty good,
measured, very evil. I'm a little worried about you.
Big fan, big fan.
Oh, thanks. I give you top marks for that.
Okay, well, let's take a look.
Now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Yeah. Brilliant. Now, what I loved about that line, Ian, was the kind of matter-of-fact way that you said it. It's beautiful.
Gonna happen, yes.
Okay, so you got one right so far. Let's look at the final clip.
After you have killed all the Jedi in the Temple, go to the Mustafar system, wipe out Viceroy Gunray and the other separatist leaders.
Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy, and we will have peace.
Oh,
very good.
Pretty good.
Very good. It's
All right.
it's a very long journey from power to peace, but you made it.
All right, let's take a look, see if you're right.
After you have killed all the Jedi in the Temple, go to the Mustafar system, wipe out Viceroy Gunray and the other separatist leaders. Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy. And we shall have peace.
What's your name again? Jeremy, thanks very much for playing.
Great.
Complete the sentence. Well done, Jeremy.
Congratulations.
He did pretty well there, didn't he?
Very well indeed.
His performance was good, the pauses.
Exactly, yes.
It's marvellous.
And the journey into peace.
Right, we've had a lovely chat here, Ian, but now it's time for me to hand over the reins to our wonderful audience here to ask you some questions. We've got Mark and Elliot in the house. Where are you, Mark? He's not even here. He's left.
Elliot? Yeah, I'm right down front here.
Elliot's over here.
All right.
Fantastic. Okay, let's have our first question for Ian, please.
I've been like stewing on this because I had a real question and a geek question, but this is the only chance I'm ever going to have. So I'm going to embrace the inner dark side fanboy and go with the geek question. If I were to tell you that the Senate will decide your fate, what would you say back to me?
I would say,
next question.
Warwick, I'm right up the middle, all the way up top.
Okay.
All the way up top, I'm with D. Come on over, D. D has a question.
Mr. McDermott, thank you for being here. I'm wondering certain mysteries about the character, like whether Darth Plagueis was his master, whether he helped create Anakin with midichlorians, whether he was deformed or revealed. Some of those mysteries, how much of that was told to you by George Lucas, and how much were you allowed to decide those things for yourself?
once again, George told me nothing. But he didn't stop me when I acted them. We didn't discuss any of it. What I liked about the writing in that scene, you know, we all make the jokes about George's writing, and Harrison repeated his famous one this morning. And George has never pretended to be a great writer. But in that scene, actually, he was a pretty damn good one. And what the things you've just referred to are sort of presented to the audience as questions, not as answers. So I tried, in as far as possible, to leave it ambiguous. But yes, what he's hinting at, Palpatine, is that this is how Anakin might have been created all those times, a long time ago, that it was a kind of fiendish plot, a kind of like Jesus in reverse, almost. And also the fact that Plagueis had absolute power, and the power over life and death, which might be useful as far as Padme is concerned. But the other thing he had, which is probably the most interesting thing of all, he had no power over his own death. And Palpatine might have been implying that he killed him, and that gave him a sense of satisfaction. But also the cycle had to go on, as you know. There can only be two at any one time. And also, while he's presenting the case to Anakin in terms of hope and fear, it's a fantastic piece of temptation and seduction. But if you really analyze it too, he's also predicting Anakin's death, and maybe without realizing it, his own. So that's why I like the scene so much. So rich, like Shakespeare.
All right, I'm down front here with Chris. So one of the things I really like is I really love your character in the Expanded Universe. And I was wondering, have you ever looked at the stories that people have written about you in the Expanded Universe?
Yeah, I've looked at some of them, into them. I purposely didn't look at any of the associated writing when I was playing the character, because it wouldn't have been right if they'd influenced me. I just had to concentrate on the script that George had written. But I'm interested in the fact that, as I said, I thought he was just an evil monster, you know, no more to be said, like the devil. But even the devil has a backstory. So, and with the notion of Plagueis, that opened up the idea that there might be a backstory. So maybe somebody much younger than me will play it. It would be interesting.
Okay, Mark, are you there?
Way up top, to the right, way up top, to the right, I'm with John.
Ian, my wife is your biggest fan in the universe. And for years, we've had an argument about whether or not you threw the fight with Mace Windu, or did he beat you?
I mean, of course he didn't beat me. You know, Sam Jackson beat me. Yeah, to a pulp, really. In terms of expertise, you know, he could really fight like the guys who are brilliant swordsmen, as you must have worked out. I learned how to do it a bit, and I had a fantastic stunt double who did most of it. But the whole idea was to, once again, it was a stage in the temptation of Anakin. It was for his benefit. And of course, Windu was going to have to die. He probably would have wanted to kill him earlier, Palpatine. He knew what was going on, and he'd been publicly defied. But it was, again, part of the process leading to the fact that poor old Palpatine was now going to be attacked by this much younger person, and that Anakin might find that vaguely objectionable.
Very good. So you can relay that back to your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, who do we have
over
down
here
here?
with Nathan?
It's well known that Samuel L. Jackson had a hand in designing Mace Windu's lightsaber.
He did.
Did you have a hand in designing Palpatine's?
No.
With its elegance and design?
None whatsoever, you know. And I'm only just getting over it. I didn't know I needed a lightsaber. Of course, Palpatine did. So when they said there'd be a bit of fighting, I thought, oh great, I'll do a lot of that, and people will collapse. But that's my idea of a good fight. But shockingly, when I went to see what?
What? You made a joke without realising it. They're so sharp. You said shockingly.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first time I've ever made a joke without realizing it. Thank you. Okay, shockingly. I'll play that for all it's worth. Yeah, just like that, yes.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was talking about now. Oh, yes. I thought that was where all my power was contained and nobody else had it. And then when I went to Attack of the Clones and saw my good friend Christopher Lee doing it too, I thought, this is unforgivable. Where did he get it from? But, all the Darths have it a bit, apparently, so they say. And then to realize that I would have to put up a passable display of fighting in the final film up till then, Revenge of the Sith, was of course exciting. And Nick Gillard, who's brilliant with everybody, and the fight director, as you know, was brilliant with me. And fortunately, I didn't have to do enough that was complicated. I had to do enough for the mid-shots and the close-ups. And then technical and physical brilliance of the stuntman took over.
Fabulous, fabulous. Now, I'm going to take a question from our best seats now. Who's got a question for Ian over here? If you have, raise your hand. Look at them. Nothing to say. You have.
Gentlemen.
Come over here.
The foreman has.
Take my hot seat here. There we go. Okay, here's your microphone. Go ahead.
Ian, are there any of your past stage characters? You've done a lot of stage acting. Is there a lot of characters from that you sort of cross over with your influence for Palpatine, or vice versa afterwards?
Yeah, very good question.
Well, it's interesting. When you play a particular kind of part, you want the next part to be as far away from it as possible. And if it's serious, you want it to be comic, etc., etc. Because we just like to keep moving, keep living as actors. But I played a lot of villains, I suppose, up till then, different shape or form. The one closest to Palpatine would have been, not surprisingly, Satan. Very close indeed, actually.
That's true.
Yeah. But he had a tragic fall, so he had a very good story. And that was on the radio. Again, most wonderful language, a great poem by John Milton, Paradise Lost, which is best read aloud. It's quite heavy going to begin with, but once you start, it sort of takes you over. So, yeah, that was an influence.
Good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right, so it's back into the house now for our last question for Ian.
I've got 10-year-old Nathan over here to your right in the mezzanine area, Warwick. Mezzanine.
Ooh, the mezzanine.
When did your acting career start?
When did it start? I think when I came out of the womb, really. Yes, I was, no, I won't go on with that line of thought. It started really when I was at school. And it was primary 7, I was 10 years old. And I'd never done any acting before, and there wasn't much acting going on at our school. But the end of term was going to be a mime of Waltzing Matilda, the great Australian song. It's almost their national anthem. And the story of Waltzing Matilda I will not bore you with, but it involves a tramp and a billabong, which is a well, and a sheep. And this tramp really passes by the billabong, tries to imprison the sheep, as far as I remember, anyway, and dives in the billabong, and that's the end of him. Rather like the end of the Emperor in Star Wars. He goes down this chute. There you are, another influence. You see, yeah. And I was only 10. However, the teacher said, is there anybody who wants to try for this part? And I was a shy kid. I still am, surprisingly enough, quite shy. But I was very shy then. But I found that this hand went up like that, involuntarily. And I thought, did I do that? So she said, yes, all right, McDermott, come out here. And I did it. And then I watched the other people do it, who weren't going to go on to have careers as actor. And I thought, well, that's nonsense. What do you think you're doing? Anyway, I got the part, and that's how it all started. And I found that I'd had, must have been the midi-chlorians, I found I had something inside me that wanted to do that thing, wanted to act, and I guess it will never leave me.
Absolutely. We're glad it didn't, yeah. Now, finally, Ian, after 35 years as a major part of Star Wars, do you have any closing words for the fans?
Well, it's interesting. One of the things I really admire about George is a person, and George is a creator of this amazing saga, is his attention to great stories, great myths, but also the present. And Star Wars, as far as the Emperor's story is concerned, is about somebody who preaches democracy and acts as an authoritarian. And all I would say is that hasn't gone away, it probably won't go away. There's a lot of that about, so keep your wits about you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ian McDermott.
Thanks a lot. Good to see you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Of course, in just an hour on this very stage, we have the wonderful Mr. Ray Park. So please do come and check that show out. In the meantime, I wish you a fantastic time here at Celebration. And of course, may the Force be with you always. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
of Marketing from Funko, Mark Robin, to talk all things Funko. What's up, Mark? You guys are like the hottest collectible right now. I have like an entire 2 shelves in my bookcase.
Only 2?
I'm just getting started.
Okay.
If I bought everything I wanted, it would like take over everything.
Well, that's the idea.
That's the idea,
Get
yeah.
a new house.
I would never have a paycheck. All right, so true or false, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
You are going to beat Hasbro by creating every character ever to appear in Star Wars.
Gosh, I don't know.
Because you're getting real obscure here. You've got Garandin, or
Garindin? I'm not sure. Right.
we could take a poll and see how people prefer to say it, because I
Right.
know that's
Right,
something
right.
Star Wars fans love to discuss. But he's kind of an obscure character, and he's one of your exclusives.
He is a show exclusive. Yeah, and I mean, I guess we're doing more and more characters that are slightly obscure, but you know, we've done a lot of the Luke and Leia's, so we're going to the additional outfits and things like that. Which
Right.
again, we've got Hoth Leia here at the show.
One of the best Leias.
And we're kind of adding different outfits for Luke. So if you want different characters other than Luke and Leia, then we have to kind of go to the more background obscure characters.
Right, and that's great. I mean, because everyone has like their weird obscure favorite.
For sure,
Like
yeah.
like Ponda Baba is like my weird obscure favorite.
Not Kitster.
Kitster is not weird or obscure. Let's just get that clear.
Fair enough, fair
Kitster is the key to all of this. And thank you so much for making us that Kitster.
You're very welcome.
Now, is there any chance that we'll ever see like an official Star Wars show branded Kitster?
There's always a chance. Keep hope alive.
We're starting a movement, guys. So tell me a little bit more about what you brought to the show and what you brought to show off here.
We brought several pops, so we talked about Garindin. I think one of the things people were really excited about was
That
this
guy,
Yeah.
yeah.
Grand Admiral Thrawn. I mean, I think people have been wanting this one for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that it got that reaction.
And his design in Rebels is just like so pitch perfect for representation as a pop.
Yeah,
So cool.
it's amazing that whole series has been doing really great. I think it started with Ahsoka, and really happy that we're able to do the whole line.
Like this guy right here? Like my boy
Yeah.
Chopper?
In disguise.
So this is another show exclusive you have here.
Right,
The
right, yeah.
Imperial Disguise Chopper.
Right, and then Qui-Gon, hologram Qui-Gon underneath that. He
Very
was
cool.
originally an NYCC exclusive when we did the hologram treatment for this show.
Oh, he glows in the dark.
He does.
Oh, that's fun.
Perfect for your dark cellar.
Yeah, my basement that I live in. It'd be super cool. Let's see, behind here we also have Rey with a speeder.
Yeah,
So you just started doing the deluxe figures
we
recently.
did, yeah. We did Han on a Tauntaun and a Smuggler's Bounty box. We're doing Rey in a speeder, and we've got some more planned.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah.
Do you like Funkoize the vehicles? So the characters get the Funko treatment with the
Mhm.
big eyes and stuff, but are the vehicles adapted in any way for a specific style, or do they kind of
Yeah, I mean,
translate?
I think it's still kind of that blend of the Funko art style and making sure that the proportions are right so they fit the characters. I mean, the characters have little nuances, like their arms aren't very long, and so you're going to have to make adjustments to make sure that,
That makes sense.
Han can sit on the Tauntaun properly and
Yeah.
whatnot. Right.
Totally. So let's see, what other exclusives do we have here to
So
talk
we have
about?
we have a prototype Boba Fett in it's a wobbler. It's
Right.
it's not a pop, but it's just a different art style, another product that we have. And then we've got some mini Hikari, which are fairly new.
This is great. I have a Hikari Wampa that I love
And
dearly.
I
They're
think
super
we
fun.
I think we did a Vader and a Chopper, so that's number 3 in the line of mini Hikari so far.
And plushes.
And plush, we've got little Jabba, who is just as cute as I think you could possibly make Jabba,
I mean-
and salacious.
Look at that. He's so stinking cute. I love it. I love it. Now, how long does it take to create one of these, like from concept to production?
Anywhere from 4 to 6 months, really. It kind of depends on if it's a new sculpt or if it is a repaint where we're taking an existing figure and tweaking the colors like on
Right,
Chopper.
or
But
like
if it's a
one of these.
brand new sculpt like Leia, then it's going to take a little bit longer.
Very cool. So what's next? You guys are kind of branching out into fun stuff. You've got the new deluxe figures.
We do. So I have a special surprise here that I wanted to show everybody before I knock over Leia. This is our newest deluxe
Take her
figure.
here.
This is going to be in the next
Oh.
Smuggler's Bounty box. All right, I did it anyway. This is Luke in a land speeder. He is in the current Smuggler's Bounty box that you can order right now at Funko.com or SmugglersBounty.com. This is in the 40th anniversary box.
That's
So it's
awesome.
not the only thing in the box. There's a lot else going to be in the box, but we wanted to show this off.
That's like
It's
one of
pretty
my
amazing
favorite
piece.
mail days is when I get my Smuggler's Bounty to the
Oh,
office.
well,
They've
it's
been
a
a lot
pretty
of
exciting day, I
fun.
think, for a lot of people. But hopefully this makes a lot of people happy. I think it's a really nice piece.
That's awesome. Now, I have one last very important question for
Okay.
you. When do you think we'll get a Goody Terra's pop? Because, she's really popular. People really like her. I see her popularity really growing.
You know, I would say just have Kathleen Kennedy shoot us that email and we'll make it happen.
Okay, cool. I'll get right on
All right,
that. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming by, Mark.
Sure.
And there is lots more from Star Wars Celebration Orlando all day long, right here on the Star Wars Show Live presented by Verizon. Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration in Orlando. I am joined now by Hillary Fine, marketing and PR manager from Uncle Milton, and she brought some of their super fun toys to show off. Now, everything that Uncle Milton does is science-based, right?
Right, and it's connecting the world of Star Wars, the amazing world of Star Wars, to our world. And so kids learn about lightsaber technology, like the crystals that they go and find on Planet Illume, and compare those to Earth-based crystals that we have here, like sugar. And then we have other things where they learn about brainwave technology with our Force Trainer.
Right, I remember that one. Now, you brought the Force Spinners Magnetic Lab, and I was playing with them a little bit before. Can you explain what these toys do?
Yes, so these are Force Spinners Magnetics Lab, and what you do is you have your controller, you have your droid, I have R2-D2, you had BB-8, and we're going to load it up. And you have a ramp here that comes with BB-8, or the cool piece here that comes with R2-D2. And the goal is to try to train to learn how to jump the droid over the ramp or bounce itself out of the circle here.
By using the magnet to repel the spinner
Exactly,
away.
and that's where the science comes into play, learning all about magnetics.
Well, that's super cool. You want to show off how they work?
Yeah.
Let's see if I'll do BB-8.
All right, you ready? Yep. So you rip and spin. All right. Oh, looks like we traded.
Oh, see, now I got him in there. I win. That's super fun. And it's such a simple thing for kids to learn, and they can really, expand their science knowledge using Star Wars, which is an awesome combination.
Right, and all of these toys come with science learning posters. So while they're playing, they're learning at the same time, and it might not sink in that they're learning, but mom and dad or grandma and grandpa or whoever knows that they're getting some education through playing with the Star Wars science toys.
Now, one of my favorite products that you guys have is the holocron, but now you have a Sith holocron, if you can see it over here. Tell me how the Sith holocron, aside from looking super duper cool, is different than the Jedi holocron.
So the Jedi holocron had knowledge from episodes 1 through 6, as well as Rebels and Clone Wars. But the Sith holocron has knowledge from episode 7.
Okay.
So if you want to challenge it to see if it can guess if you're thinking about Kylo Ren or Rey, the Sith holocron will try to figure that out.
And I guess for everyone at home who might not be as familiar with the holocrons as I am, because I have one, I play with it all the time, it's simple 20 questions.
Exactly. So you think of a person, place, or thing from the world of Star Wars between episodes 1 through 7 or the cartoons, and then you start playing the game, and the 20 questions will actually ask you, like, is this person a Sith or is this person a Jedi? And as you answer the questions, it may as well guess what you're thinking.
They're pretty good. I haven't played with the Sith one yet, but the Jedi holocron gets it right pretty often. It's a lot of fun. Now, you also brought with you the Death Star electronics lab, which
Yes.
is really cool, but kind of troubling. Do you worry that you're going to teach kids how to blow up a planet?
Not really, not quite, but it's a lot of fun because it is a circuitry lab.
Okay, cool.
So there's over 20 different experiments that you can do with this. You can set off Darth Vader's breathing. You can turn on the super laser, which is really cool. The lights will light up. This one I've set to the battle alarm, so you can actually hear it.
I love that sound.
And with the different experiments, kids can just have so much fun. And then when they're done, they put the cover on and they can actually hang the Death Star on their wall.
Okay, cool. So they can actually manipulate the different circuits here to do different functions.
Right, and these are really easy pieces to pull out.
Oh, cool.
You know, there's all different types of things like LEDs and different connectors. You've got
That's
the
super
circuit
neat.
board. It's a lot of fun, especially for kids who are really interested in this type of science technology.
Definitely. And you brought one more item with
I
me
did.
right now. Let's see, I'll make some room here.
I brought Rey's lightsaber room light.
I love that it's Rey's lightsaber now.
Yes. So it's a lot of fun. We've had different lightsaber room lights. We have Darth Vader, Obi-Wan, Luke Skywalker. We have Kylo Ren, and then we have one for Anakin Skywalker also that
Okay.
changes colors.
Okay.
But
I worry about the kids who go with the Kylo or Vader night lights.
sometimes kids just walk up and go, I want the red one.
True.
So, but this one's fun because it is Rey. So it's, a cool lightsaber for kids to have in their room. And
That's awesome. You can just hang it on the wall and it's remote
it
control.
hangs on the wall using this mount, and then there's a remote control to turn it on and off, and there's sound effects.
What more do you need? I wish I had that nightlight when I was a kid. Well, thank you so much for bringing these by. It was a lot of fun.
course.
I might have to pick this up for myself and learn a little bit about electronics. And we will be back in a moment with more from Star Wars Celebration on the Star Wars Show Live presented by Verizon. Stay tuned. the next side, whom you may know as the voice of Ahsoka Tano, as well as a whole slew of children from the UNICEF Kid Power. So, Ashley.
Yes.
I let you talk me into a very public workout.
Yes.
But it's all for a good cause.
It is. We're working out Star Wars style today for Force for Change and for UNICEF Kid Power.
Tell me a little bit about what UNICEF Kid Power does.
Okay, so, well, it's part of the Force for Change initiative, which, you know, has raised, oh my gosh, over $9 million for people and initiatives and families and kids all over the world. It's a lot more than that, actually. but so UNICEF Kid Power is allowing kids to use the Force for good, and they can get active and save lives. So with these UNICEF Kid Power bands, with all the steps that they take throughout the day, they can earn RUTFs.
And what's an RUTF?
So those are ready-to-use therapeutic food packages. And so they're made out of peanuts and vitamins. And for malnourished kids around the world, they literally can save their lives.
So isn't that cool? That's fantastic. So we're getting kids active, we're having fun, and we're saving lives, delivering food around the world.
So through this band, kids can basically measure their steps, and then every single time it buzzes, then they are raising a meal. They're earning Kid Power points and earning meals for kids all over the world in need.
Doesn't that feel so cool when you feel it go off and you're like, yes, I did it! All day, every day. Now, where can you get these bands?
So you can get these at Target or at unicefkidpower.org. And there's over 200,000 kids a part of the UNICEF Kid Power initiative.
That's amazing.
Yes. Let's see. They have raised over 6.4 million RUTFs. 6.4, and helped saved over 40,000 lives already around the world.
Good job, guys.
Isn't that amazing?
Good job. That is amazing,
right?
And it's so much fun to see the Force coming out and doing good in the world.
They're using the Force for good.
That's great. So you've put together a little workout, and because I like you, I'm
going to do it with us.
I'm going to do it with you.
I roped you in. You were in heels, and I told you
I know.
to change.
I had to change my shoes. So let's do this.
So, and for those that want to do this with me, I'm going to be at the Force for Change booth all weekend. This is playing. So come and work out with me, people. And you don't have to be a kid. I'm wearing a UNICEF Kid Power band, and I'm not a kid.
So when people come to the booth and do this workout with you, you're going to outfit them with a band.
Yeah, so you can actually buy a special edition 40th anniversary band at the Force for Change booth.
Okay,
So
great.
yeah, but are you ready to work out? You
Yeah.
guys ready to do
Let's
this?
do it.
Okay. All right, Padawans, we are going to pick up the pace and we're going to run in place for 30 seconds. Ready, go. Okay. I'm kind of not counting in my head.
Someone want to count?
Yeah. So
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, now run faster. We're going to pick up the pace. Okay, we're sprinting. We're sprinting. Okay, I'm going to guess that's about 30 seconds. Okay, now we're going to lock our S-foils in place. Now stagger yourself so you don't hit your neighbor. And we're going to do 15
knock this little one out.
X-wing jumps. So they're like a jumping jack, all right, like this. Okay, let's do 15 X-wing jumps. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Great job!
And we recruited Matt, the radar technician.
I love it. Thank you for joining us, Matt. Okay, these are one of my favorites. Now we're going to do 10 Jawa jumps.
Okay.
Now you know what these are? Yeah. These are you jump up in the air and go, ooh, teeny!
Okay.
You know you're going to be doing these in your hotel room tonight, right? Okay.
It's good. I didn't get to go to the gym before I got to work today, so.
Okay, 10 Jawa jumps. Let's go. Ooh, teeny! 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 Ooh, teeny!
I lost count.
Is that 10?
I lost count. I don't know.
Lost count.
I'm distracted by how silly it is, but that's fun.
Okay, now it's getting serious, guys. We are going to do 10 kick fistos. Now let me show you. We're going to do 5 on each leg. So we're going to start with our right leg. We're going to step back and we're going to kick.
Ooh, I like this.
Fisto.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to do
Now
5
everybody
on our
can see
right
how
leg.
uncoordinated I am. This is
That's
great.
okay. We all are. So we're going to do 5 on our right leg, then 5 on our left leg. Let's go. Step back with your right leg. We're gonna kick, fisto. Okay, kick, fisto. Kick, fisto. 2 more. Kick, fisto. 1 more. Kick, fisto. Okay, 5 more on our left leg. We still have more to do.
He's ready to go.
Okay, kick, fisto. Kick, fisto. Kick, fisto. 2 more.
Come on, Matt.
Kick, fisto. 1 more. Kick, fisto. Great job. How about a round of applause for these kids?
Good job, guys. Good job.
Okay, we're not over with our kicks. Sorry, Andy. Okay, let's stagger ourselves because I'm scared we're gonna hit each other. Now, you know, Ahsoka is the sidekick to Anakin Skywalker. So I call these the Sky Guy sidekicks. We're gonna do 5 on each leg. So we're gonna squat and then kick to the side.
All right.
And then squat and kick to the side. So we're gonna do 5 on our right leg and then 5 on our left leg. Are you ready? Okay, 10 Sky Guy side kicks. Let's go. Squat, kick, squat, kick. Oh wait, I alternated. Okay, let's just keep it up.
Let's just keep
squat,
going.
Kick, kick, squat, kick, squat, kick, squat, kick, squat, kick. Is that 10?
I think so.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
10 force pushes.
Yeah, these are some of my favorite. So we all pretend to use the force, right? Well, we have the force. We all have the force. So we're gonna use the force right now. We're with our force pushes. We're gonna step forward on our right leg and use the force.
Okay.
Okay? We're gonna do 5 on our right leg.
Don't hurt anybody.
5 on our left leg. And really concentrate on what you wanna use the force for, all right? Okay, let's push back our camera crew. Let's do it. Use the force, let's go. Use the force. Use the force. Use the force. Use the force.
Oh, you're gonna knock it over.
Use the force. Okay, now 5 on our left leg. Use the force. Use the force. Use the force. Okay, use the force. 1 more. Use the force. Okay.
Good job, guys. How many times have you done this today?
Now, this one's one of my favorites. It's called, we're gonna practice our Jedi poses. So it's like what I like to call Ahsoka style. So we're gonna pose like a Jedi. Can you guys do that? So we're gonna do 5 on this side, and then 5 on this side. And so.
You're gonna get smacked in the head.
Okay, Matt, can you do your best Jedi pose? Let's see.
Let's see it.
You got it? Okay, well, let's practice with us.
Ready?
Ready, set, Ahsoka style. Ahsoka style. Ahsoka style. Ahsoka style.
Oh, he's adding a move. I like that.
Ahsoka style. Okay, well, we're gonna do 5 more, but you guys can make it your own. You don't have to do what I'm doing. If you have like a special pose, you can do it. So let's do 5 more. Ready? Go. 1, 2.
Oh, that's a good one.
3, 4, 5. Okay.
All right.
Now, we have one last move. It's about to get crazy. It's called the Kylo High-Low. So we're gonna imagine that we have a lightsaber, okay? And we're gonna do 10 of these. We're gonna do high, low, high, low. Okay, you ready? Now really get into it. Get your heart racing because we're gonna get active and save lives right now. We're just gonna finish with the Kylo High-Low. Really show everyone your lightsaber moves. Are you ready?
You're definitely not
You got
Kylo Ren,
this.
though.
Okay.
Definitely
Let's
not.
go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You did it!
Good job!
Yes!
Good job!
Yes!
Good job!
Yes!
Awesome job!
Great job!
You guys are great.
Great job! Great
You guys
job!
are pros.
Great
I finally got my workout for the day, so that's good. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna go get a bottle of water, and we will be back with more Star Wars Show Live from Star Wars Celebration Orlando in just a moment. Great job, that was so fun.
Hey guys, Max here. I'm on the show floor at Celebration. I'm with Ashley Eckstein and Janet from Disney Interactive, and we're here with Star Wars Puzzle Droids. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's a new game that's coming soon, and it takes you into the memory of BB-8 from his point of view of The Force Awakens.
Now hold on. At a glance, it just looks like a regular Match 3 puzzle game, but it seems like there's a lot more going on here.
There really is. So in the actual game itself, when you're playing the Match 3, you'll see scenes from the film unfold right on top of it. So for example, you can go deeper into Jakku and maybe you're trying to jump into the Millennium Falcon, fly away to Takodana. You're actually going to find that scene unfold, escaping the TIE fighters as they try to attack you.
Is it mostly just Force Awakens right now?
Right now, but we are going to have new content coming soon.
Okay. When is this coming out in the wild? When can people get their hands on it?
Very soon. We can't really say when just yet.
But you can pre-register on Google Play. So you'll be the first to know, pre-register, and if you're here at Celebration, Her Universe designed this special Puzzle Droid shirt. So you can get the chance to win one. They literally only exist if you come here to Celebration, pre-register on Google Play, and you'll have the chance to win one. You can't buy them. It's a Celebration exclusive.
There you go. That's what's up. So yeah, obviously, pre-register if you're not at Celebration, but if you are, come on by, play the game, and check it out. It's a ton of fun.
mauled. Darth Mauled. Ray Park, prepare to get mauled live begins right now.
How's it going over here? And how's it going in the middle? Yeah. Fantastic. So good to see you all here at the celebration stage. Right, I'm going to go park this neatly behind the chair and dismount in a very graceful manner. Switch that off. Fantastic. Great to see you all here. What a great energy we have in the room already. But sadly, it's already the end of day one nearly, isn't it? Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? But what an amazing day it's been. I mean, I had the privilege this morning of sharing the stage with Mr. George Lucas at the 40th anniversary. So it was amazing. And the moment when we brought Harrison Ford onto the stage, seriously, the room erupted. I've never heard such excitement and surprise from an audience before. It was absolutely fantastic and a real privilege to be part of that show. Some people still arriving here. How are you doing? Nice of you to turn up. Yeah, just take your time, it's fine. Just get to your seats. It's fine. Hello, how are you? Yeah, having fun. Yeah. Do you know what show you've come to see? BB-8. Okay, very good. Right. So before we get cracking and bring out our guests, we've got our best seats in the house over here. Some good people who are very lucky to be sitting here. What's your story? How did you end up here?
My son had a Jedi outfit on, and picked us out of the crowd.
Fabulous, very good to see you. And what about you? Where are you from?
New York.
You're with him, from New York?
Yeah. Actually from Florida.
Oh, okay. Confused.
Transported to...
You're from New York, but actually from Florida?
Well, I came down to Florida about 15 years ago.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
Do you like it here?
Love it.
Do you like Star Wars?
All the time.
Good. And you're a Star Wars fan?
Yes, of course.
For how long?
Since I graduated high school.
Wow, okay.
That's like...
I'm not saying you're old. I didn't
like,
mean that's a long time ago.
Like 40 years.
Okay, yeah. Well, you can never tell.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And how come you're sitting here? You're married to him?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's your reason. Okay, good, fantastic. So, does anybody here think they know Star Wars characters? If they see a character, they know its name. You do. You're both pointing at each other back here. So are you father and son?
Yes, we are.
Yes, you are. And where are you from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. And how did you get to sit in these great seats here?
There were 2 seats left, and...
Okay. So you think you know Star Wars characters?
Yes, yeah.
Do you like playing games?
Yeah.
Do you like Star Wars games?
Yeah.
Good answer. Follow me, sir. Come over here. Follow me. We're going to play a game. Okay. Sit in the hot seat right there. This is the guest seat. You're very privileged to be here. What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac. Okay, Isaac. So I said, do you know Star Wars characters? You said yes. I'm going to show you 3 pictures of Star Wars characters. Their heads will be covered with an R2-D2 dome.
Okay.
Okay? But you've got to identify them from their bodies. Do you think you can do this?
Sure.
Sure. You don't look so sure.
I'll give it a try.
All right. Turn to the screen over here. I'm going to show you the first image. Who is this?
Emperor Palpatine.
Okay. Let's see if he's right. There he is. Well done. Isaac, you know your Star Wars characters. Okay. Let's see the next one. Ooh, who's that?
George Lucas.
George Lucas. How could you tell? Actually, how could you tell?
The shirt.
The shirts, yes. Okay. And finally, our third one. Ooh, who's that?
Oh, I need a minute.
Who could it be? Well, have a look. Is there any clue there? He's kind of low down there, isn't he, in the frame?
Warwick Davis.
Warwick Davis as which character? Begins with a W. Ooh, let's give it to him. It's Warwick Davis as Weasel. There I am. Well done, Isaac. Congratulations. You do know your Star Wars characters, and you win this beautiful, very heavy hat. Only it's not very heavy. It's got a T-shirt inside. So there's a hat. And you wear hats as well. So are you excited?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell your face. Okay, and we've got a lovely T-shirt for you there as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Isaac, everyone. Thanks for playing R2D2. Cool. R2D2. Well done. He knew his stuff, didn't he? He knew his stuff. Okay, you guys are in prime position for this show now. Front row seats, but do stay seated, please. Okay, now it's time to introduce my first guest. He's trained in Kung Fu and Wushu. No, he's not a chef in a sushi restaurant. He's a highly skilled and award-winning martial artist. As Darth Maul, he was cut down to a size by Obi-Wan Kenobi. As a half Darth, even an Ewok could have taken him on. So, as I prepare my attack, let's take a look at him in action.
At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have revenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge celebration welcome to Ray Park. Yes, apparently Ray Park's lost it. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
How you doing?
It's good to see you, Ray.
Yeah, good to see you. How you
That
doing?
was quite an entrance. Thank you for that.
That was a leg workout as well.
I didn't know that was going on.
Well,
You look great.
You inspired me back there.
Did I?
You know?
Oh, I see my little
Yeah,
Johnny
well-
Jet jigging.
Yeah,
It's hard
lovely.
to say, isn't it? You have a beard. In case you haven't noticed.
I want to be a Viking.
You look good.
Oh, thank you.
You look good. Now, Ray, I've shared...
So do you.
Thank you very much. I've shared many a stage time with you. We've had some great shows over the years, and it's a delight to have you back once
Thank
again.
you
It
for
really is.
having
Isn't
me.
he fantastic? If you've ever seen Ray live, it's fabulous.
So Force strong with everyone? This Force is strong.
I love that. You obviously look very at home here at celebrations, on
Yeah,
stage.
yeah.
You love to work the crowd, don't you?
It's nice, you know. We've done Star Wars weekends for so many years, my wife and kids, and being here in Orlando again. I feel like it's a second home for us, and it's
Absolutely.
nice being back at Celebration.
Yeah, you seem very at home here. I mean, you're surrounded by your adoring fans here. I mean, how did it all start for you into this sort of journey into Star Wars? Was it through fandom or?
Yeah, when I was 7, 8 years old. Wow, I'm out of breath. I've got to start practicing the gorilla a bit more. But when I was 8, and they were screening Empire Strikes Back and New Hope at the same time, and it was really Empire that did it for me. Watching Luke being trained by Yoda, lightsaber, handstands, somersaults, and I was like, right, I want to do martial arts. I want to be a Jedi. I want a lightsaber. And my dad's an electrician, so I remember saying to my dad, "Dad, can you make me a lightsaber?" He goes, "Son, I can do a lot of things, but I can't do that." So I was disappointed when I got my first lightsaber because it was the bulb in the bottom.
Oh,
Do you
right.
remember that?
Well, you thought it was going to be real.
I thought it was going to be real.
Oh.
And I'm still that kid that sits in my bedroom and do that to a light switch, you know? Try and turn it on
Do
and off.
you?
I try. Use the,
Are the walls of this room padded?
you know, there's
Nodding at light switch. You
there's-
want one of them switches that you clap at, don't you?
Yeah, I'll be clapping all day.
So you think you can use the Force? You'd love the Force as a power, wouldn't you?
It'd be nice to be able to...
What would you do with it?
Turn the TV on and off.
Now, listen, I've got something very clever for that. It's called a remote control. Do that and it turns
Yeah,
over.
but it's starting to feel like so much work because you're like, oh, the thumb, you know?
Okay. I thought you were fit, but if you don't want to use your thumb, then there's no hope. So do you have a favourite Star Wars character?
It was Han Solo when I was
Was
a
it?
kid. And I loved Luke Skywalker. And then in Return of the Jedi, I loved when Luke came back dressed in black. Because I remember seeing it in the movies. I was about 10, 11. I went to see it with my school friends. And I was like, what? Luke Skywalker? He's a bad guy?
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, you think anyone dressed in black is a bad guy.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh no, please, I don't want him to be a bad guy, but... So,
Yeah, but it was sent as a red herring, wasn't it? We all thought, oh, he's going to turn to the dark side,
Yeah.
and he didn't.
Yeah.
He threw his lightsaber away and said, no, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. But you were watching, I'm imagining the kind of the little young Ray Park. I mean, you still look the same, but your body's just a lot smaller, right? And you're sitting there, and you're watching the film and thinking, I want to be a Jedi. And look what happened. You kind of, you lived out your dream. You didn't become a Jedi. You know, you were obviously affected along the way, but you got that lightsaber, didn't you?
That padded cell, yeah.
And it didn't have a bulb in it.
No.
It was just a stick. So actually more disappointing than the toy.
But I'd had many years to perfect the lightsaber sound. You know, so like I think with all big kids, you know, it's one of those things that even though it didn't work in a bulb, but you were like, you know.
Well, I mean, were you tempted while you were on set using a lightsaber to make the sound? Because we heard from Hayden Christensen this morning in the 40th anniversary panel, and he said he couldn't help but make the sounds.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of scared to do it because I didn't want Liam and Ewan thinking, well, who is this guy doing this? You know, like, who does Ray think he is? And then Ewan goes, and Liam goes, and I went, oh, okay. I went, so it was fun, you know.
So you're all doing it?
Yeah, it's kind of a bonding moment, like a So it was fun.
And at the end of a take, when George said cut, did you all go, put them all away?
They may have done.
Now, tell us, how did you make that transition from martial artist to actor? Or the two things kind of side by side?
Well, when I was a kid, I just loved watching ninja movies, anything to do with kung fu. If anything had a karate kick in it, a kung fu kick in it, or a ninja. And Star Wars, that kind of made me more determined to learn martial arts and gymnastics. I really wanted to do more gymnastics because of what Luke Skywalker was doing.
Right.
And then when I was about 14, you start hearing of other martial artists around the world working with Jackie Chan. And I was like, what? And I thought movies it was the real thing, you know, like lightsabers and the powers. And I didn't know about stunt guys and wire work and air rams. And then I thought, I want to work with Jackie Chan because I'm a big fan of Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. And so my goal was to just keep on training and hopefully get discovered by Jackie Chan. And then as I got older, I would meet different stunt guys and different actors who would come down to the gym and train. And just by luck, I was just in the right place that I was able to show my wushu for Star Wars.
Ooh, oh, you mean your skills? Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Thought about something else.
And wushu means martial arts in
Of course
Chinese.
it does. Don't know what that lot were thinking.
And I'm sure you've seen Jet Li and Donnie Yen doing wushu and jumping around.
Is this from wushu here?
Kind of, with the funny
Where'd
pants.
you get the trousers from?
I know. I thought I was styling back then.
No, you came to work in your pajamas, Ray. That's what you did.
They were very comfortable, though. And that's
Look at that, you
Andreas
bent his
Petridis.
stick. You just bent his lightsaber then because you hit it so hard.
I remember that day. Nick Gillard was like, all right, he wanted to sort of push the most out of us and see how quick and fierce we could be.
You were really going for it, you two, really, weren't you, there?
Well, I was scared of Andreas. I didn't want him hitting me, and I didn't want to lose my job. And Andreas was great. He's a great stunt guy to work with, and I loved working with him, and we had a lot of great bonding moments. But it was also that fear that, hey, I'm 21, 22, I'm on this big movie, Star Wars, I can't believe I'm on Star Wars. I better not mess up because I'm going to get fired, or they might find out that, you know, if I mess up. And so there was that pressure, like I didn't want to, I took pride in what I was doing. So
And we can tell. I mean, it was absolutely brilliant. You know, your physical, your performance, everything about the character. Now, how did you first learn about the character of Darth Maul? Did George sit you down and say, right, Ray, this is who he is, or?
It's, my meeting with Nick Gillard, my very first meeting, and I saw a picture of Darth Maul, and he looked very distinguished and like a gentleman in the high collar that Sean McCabe drew.
Oh, right, yeah.
And so I never thought in a million years I was going to play that character. I was kind of wishing I was going to be a Jedi. And then I saw pictures of Darth Maul in storyboards with a double-bladed lightsaber. My mind just started buzzing with ideas of what I could do with a bow staff with that lightsaber. So I explained it to Nick. And so that meeting, which I thought was an audition, turned into a few hours, and I got to meet Rick McCallum and meet everyone all around and just talk to Nick. And it's sort of in my head, and I'm sure it was just talking to everyone and being, you know, physical with the character, but I saw the character not being, you know, like, rah, you know, like showing the evilness. It was more like the old Chinese masters that didn't look at you and do kung fu moves. You know, like, I'm sure you've seen the kung fu moves. Yeah, have you seen those ones?
Not before.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
My hip is feeling good. That's why I'm body popping.
That's right, yeah. So when did you realize that you were to be the new Star Wars bad guy?
So what happened, Nick had asked me to come in, work with him and Andreas on a test fight to show George for 4 days. And on the 5th day, they would dress me up as Darth Maul. And Nick said to me, look, if George sees this, you never know, you might get it. But if you don't get it, I'll try and bring you on just to work in stunts. And I thought, it's never going to happen. I'm never going to get the part. And about 4 weeks later, I got the call from Rick McCallum.
You had to go in front of George and do a sort of a fight sequence to show him?
No, they filmed. They had the crew on, DP. We had a set, and I was jumping, flying with wires and air arms, and we had a little test fight, and it was a desert fight. And they had me made up as Darth Maul, and George got to see it, so it was fun.
And did you ever feel any pressure that you were having to live up to the enormity of Darth Vader, who had come before you?
Vader scared me as a boy. I was really scared, Star Wars had a big impact on me as a kid. And it was a nice opportunity for me to show some wushu, and sort of all that, the suffering of, please, I want to leave school early, I want to train, I want to go to China, I want to go to Malaysia, so I'm glad it kind of paid off. And I was like, see, I told you it would happen.
So you saying that Ray Park was scared of Darth Vader?
I was scared of him.
Do you think if Maul had ever met Darth Vader in his sort of finished Darth form, he would have been afraid?
I don't think. I personally think he would have had respect.
Respect?
Yeah.
The Darths have respect for each other, do they?
I think so.
It's like a Darth code.
I think so. There must be. There has to be. There's a good code. There must be a bad code, isn't there?
They kind of just nodded at each other when they...
A Sith code, like, watch it.
Yeah.
I'll get you.
Shall I open the door or you? No, you do it. Yeah. Now, what did you bring to the character that wasn't there originally? Are there any little Ray Park touches? You mentioned the twin-bladed lightsaber.
That was already there.
Okay.
The only by accident was once I got the part, I had no idea of how movie props were going to be. I just saw a picture. I didn't think about the length of the blade, or the handle. And so I got given it by props, and the original double-bladed handle was the same size as a single blade. That's when I really thought I'm going to lose my job, because I've given all these ideas what I can do, wrap it around my body, spin it in my hand, around my neck, throw it up. But I wasn't used to such a small handle for bow stuff. We normally have like a shoulder width apart. So I explained to Nick, and he said, well, you better go and talk to George. So I thought, here we go. That's it. I've just put my foot in my mouth.
So you just went to his office and...
Kind of like that. It was like a blur, but it was kind of happened, Yeah. And I remember standing in front of him, and he said, so what seems the problem? And I couldn't talk. I wasn't talking like I'm talking now. I've had 20 years to...
And he said, what's the problem?
Yeah, he said, so how can I help you? What's up, And I'm like, well, I was kind of hoping the lightsaber was like, and he's like, so what do you need? I said, I was kind of hoping it'd be like the size of my waist. And he goes, well, why don't we just flip? Want to flip it? And I went, yeah. I wasn't going to argue with that, because I didn't want to go, can I just have it?
No.
And he went, we'll just flip it. And that's how it became...
Fantastic.
Like that. So all thanks to George.
Yeah, and there's something else that I'm only the kind of most diehard fan might have noticed. But there was another little thing that you brought to the character's look. Do you remember what that was? Didn't he have a little stud in his ear?
Oh, yes. I
think we've got a picture of it. You have to look very carefully and very closely to see it. But yeah, so that's something you suggested, was it? So
what
this here, there's the earring there.
So what had happened was, I don't know, I just felt like, I'm being rebellious, I stopped competing, and I thought, I'm going to have a little earring stud, I thought I'd try it.
Yeah.
And I had the part, but I didn't think about, you had to keep it in for 3 weeks for it not to affect your ear and mess up your cartilage and stuff like that. So then I was told we're doing a screen test that week, and I just had it pierced a few days before. I was so scared that I asked Paul Lindgren, I don't want to take it out, but can you try and cover it up? And he was really calm about it. He said, don't worry, we'll just cover it up. So George was staring at me, and we were doing a screen, we were testing the contact lenses out, for camera. And it wasn't the lenses that I'm wearing now, but it was a different set of lenses. And he's just looking at me. And through the lenses, I think, he's staring at my earring. Oh, no, he's staring at the earring. Staring at the earring. So I got really nervous, and I brought it up. I said, yeah. And he goes, I think Darth Maul, I think your character would have an earring, don't you think? And I went, yeah. yeah, whoa, cool, you know. So and I kept it, and it became. Yeah, so I had to keep it in, even if I wanted to get rid of it.
I'd never noticed. Now we've talked about the character and the creation of the character. I believe we've got a video clip that really takes us through that process now. Let's take a look.
Cool.
I said I wanted a faster version of what the other movies were, more energetic version. And that's basically what he gave me. And I think the key to it was that we had a good villain who was a great fighter.
I always wanted to fly when I was a kid. I wanted to be like the guys in the movies, so that's how I started my martial arts.
I found Darth Maul, and he's being played by a guy called Ray Park, and he's very good in like kendo and martial arts, and he's a brilliant gymnast. I mean, you know, he's better than I am.
We actually cast a villain who was a sword fighter. You know, when you have one of the characters who actually knows what he's doing and is really an expert at it, it definitely ups the ante for all the other actors to do their thing as well as they can. And I think it makes a big difference on the screen.
We could see immediately he had the look, he had all the physical skill, he was incredibly disciplined, and the amount of work that this guy did was phenomenal. I mean, he put everything. He spent 20 hours at the studio every day, the hatred that comes out of his eyes. There's no question that he is the serious bad guy. The makeup, which was beautifully done, instantly shows you someone who is a real menace, evil incarnate.
The look of Darth Maul, the Sith Lord, I think it's cool. I think the makeup and the horns and the lenses and the teeth, you just can't help being naughty, you know, just help being that character. I think we all have a bit of a dark side in us, and so I just try and bring that out in myself when I play the character.
I love that quote. That's great.
Do I still sound like that a little bit?
What's that?
Do I still sound like that? A little bit naughty.
You look so young there. I love that bit. You just can't help being naughty. It was lovely, wasn't it?
Naughty boy.
He was naughty. We saw your signature move in there as well, didn't we?
The butterfly twist, the 360, yeah. And I wanted to try and get it in and show it off to Nick, because I still couldn't believe I'm being asked to, rehearse for Star Wars and maybe get this part. And I really wanted to. It was like 22 and... it would have been, it's going to be, I'm going to do film movies, it's great, I can show my skill. And so by accident, the etiquette you don't want to show off, in England. So I kind of accidentally did the butterfly twist in rehearsal as I fell over kind of thing. And Nick went, oh, that's great. And then, so we put it in the fight, and I was like...
I mean, for a stunt coordinator like Nick Gillard, somebody like you's a dream for him, because pretty much everything he said to you, can you do this, you probably could do. Is that right? Or were there things that challenged even you?
They challenged, but I wouldn't admit to it. I wouldn't say, I'm a bit nervous about this. I'd be like, yeah, I'll do it. Yes, okay. Yeah, do you want me to jump from 60 foot, 7 foot? Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, I was really scared. I remember watching Andreas do it, he was up 100 feet off, and I was like, I remember thinking, and I'm looking up there, and I'm as Darth Maul, and I go, I don't want to be a stuntman. Way high. I want to be an actor. I don't want to do that. Because I couldn't trust myself to line up the airbag and take that responsibility for myself. And then at the last minute when I'm going to do the stunt, I get really excited and I put more effort into it and I miss it. And it's happened to me on Mortal Kombat. I've missed the pads, and thanks to the stunt guys, they've caught me in midair, like 80 foot up. So I was like, After seeing Andreas do that, I was like, I want to act.
Yeah, I mean, as an actor, I'm sometimes asked to do my own stunts as well, and I've had to do high falls. I once had to jump off a coffee table. So these sorts of things, I know what you mean. When you get to that situation, you're all macho, and then you're faced with the reality, and you just think, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Did you request anything specifically to be added to the film? No? Didn't you request the old force push of the door?
Oh, what had happened was, you mean that, like, the doors?
Yeah, when you wanted to do the doors.
Yeah, because in the previous movies, everyone had, Vader was really good with the force, crush you with his fingers and do things and not touch you. And I was like, I'm a Sith, I'm part of the dark side. Don't I get to use the force, And I remember that day.
And you went and saw George. George, I've got something to say.
And he said...
What's up now, Ray?
What's happening? I need to use the force. And then I remember him telling me, this is your moment, this is your force moment. And luckily I used 2 fingers, because you're not allowed to use one finger, 2 fingers. Remember Disney?
You'll have to teach it to me because I have a lot of trouble with automatic doors. You know, the ones with the sensors? They never sense me. I walk up to them and I'm literally, oh, hang on. And I have to stand back and sort of do a little dance like that. And everyone inside the building is going, what's that with him out there doing? What's he? Hi. No, I'm not waving. I'm trying to get in the door. So you'll have to teach me a bit of the old...
It's the delivery of the
delivery.
fingers
I just
there.
stand outside
No,
doing
no.
that and look even sillier like that now. Yeah.
But you look good doing it now.
Do I?
You got it, yeah. Okay, I like it, yeah. Well,
do you make a noise? No, you don't make a noise.
you heard me in the clip there. Yeah. When we were on G.I. Joe and we were all doing it, and especially with the swords, you make different sound. I find, I don't know, I think it's from watching Kung Fu movies, and like I was doing there, if you have a sword and you're doing a punch, you'll go, and then a block, you go, pah, and you go, oh, yeah, cha, and you go,
That's brilliant.
You know?
Isn't that amazing? Wow.
So I find myself doing it, and I love doing it, you know?
Sounds great.
So I love getting asked to come back and do ADR for stuff that I don't speak in, but just do the sound effects.
Just
when
do
they're
sound
fighting.
effects.
I love that.
You're like one of them apps you get on your phone where you can just, you know, have a soundboard and you can just...
Oh, yeah.
It's such fun. Wow. I love it. Now, do you ever come across anyone in your everyday life who's been inspired by your work? I expect you do all the time, don't you?
It's nice. I get fans, all the fans I meet. I like hearing, seeing the character when I was a kid, when I was 5, changed my life. I got into martial arts. Now I'm teaching. I have my own school. I love hearing that because it really worried me when I landed the part. I was teaching gymnastics and martial arts for the London Borough Barnet. I was going through into schools teaching wushu and gymnastics. And as a kid, I used to think, if the person who played, like if you were the bad guy in the movies, you're a bad guy. And so I didn't want all my kids thinking because I was the bad guy. You can't go into school and go, hey, I'm the new bad guy.
No.
And then you'll get kicked out of school. Oh, you're mental, go. So I was worried about that, how the kids would look at me. And it just kind of changed. The kids are like, I think it's the lightsaber and, young kids love Darth Maul. So I feel very lucky.
Well, I mean, as a character through his journey, ultimately, his badness is his downfall. So, there's a lesson in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Be good kids, otherwise
Exactly.
you'll be chopped in half by a man with a ponytail. Or not even a ponytail, but you know what I mean. So, that's the lesson, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's what George was trying to say when he wrote it. I'm not being serious, by the way, don't worry.
I know you're not. I was trying to think of something silly to get back to you on that one.
Now, Star Wars has pioneered the art of merchandising, hasn't it? I mean, there are toys galore out there of all the different characters, and we all love that. I mean, there's plenty of toys of Darth Maul. Should we take a look at a few choice items now?
Sure.
All right, then, let's do that. Okay. Now, before we do you have a favourite piece of Darth Maul merchandise?
You know what I like is there's so much now, and it's great. The lightsabers are great now. They're for big kids.
Yeah.
Not like when I was younger, but it's great when fans make stuff of their own, and it's personal. It's their unique thing, and I like seeing that.
You like seeing that? Well, let's see. We've got three items here I've selected. Let's have a look at the first one. So that's a car.
That's cool.
It's incredible, isn't it? They've made you into a car now.
That's cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So, had you ever thought what you might look like as a car?
No, I never thought. You remember that cartoon? The cars used to turn into beasts and stuff like that.
Like Transformers, you mean, or what?
Yeah, maybe one. Yeah, Transformers.
It's a bit
and
like
Mars.
that, isn't it? Yeah.
The Boba Fett one looks better. I was kind of jealous. I thought Boba looks better, man.
Yeah. There's an Ewok car as well. Would you believe it? I mean, that's hard, isn't it, to make a furry car? But they've done it. They've done it. Okay, let's look at this one. This is the Mr. Potato Head.
I love this. I love this one.
There he is. He's good, isn't he?
I love Toy Story. I love watching all of the movies.
Yeah.
I love all the actors who voice in those movies. And I love signing that because it's unique and you don't see many of them. And I remember having one of those, Mr.
And
Potato Head.
it's kind of, you've been immortalised as a potato head, haven't you? If you become a
you've made
potato
it.
head, then you've made it, really.
Yeah.
Imagine that coming up to you, though. So it makes you laugh and then kills you. Yeah.
That's what it's about, though, isn't it?
Exactly.
Killing with laughter. You
It's a bad potato.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Rotten potato, yeah.
Okay, now let's have a look at the next one. This is the talking plush. He looks a bit mean, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looks
I like
pretty
that,
nasty.
it's good.
He talks as well,
Bit
apparently.
scary. Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently he does. And we got another angle on this one just to get the full view. There. What's funny about? What are you laughing at? What's funny about that? It's just the side view. I know what it's the nose. It's lovely, the nose. Sorry about
my
that.
nose is big anyway.
They're very rude. Okay. Oh. So that's you, Ray, immortalised in plastic. Brilliant. Fantastic. Now, Ray, I just found out, I didn't know this before, and I don't know how this passed me by, but you had, apart from Darth Maul, you had a cameo in episode 1.
I did, yeah.
I didn't know this. Tell us about that.
Yeah,
who knew? Sorry, who knew that? Well, not many, you see.
Yeah,
They're not very eagle-eyed, aren't they? Tell us who this guy was.
What had happened was I was so pumped up from doing the fights every day, and it was at that point where we were rehearsing for a long time, had a few days filming, but then it was the main bulk of doing the end fight scene with Ewan and Liam. But then I had a Wednesday off. But I was like, woo! Because I used to go home and train when I was done from set at 9, 10 o'clock, get in the gym and train, get my gymnastics done, and get back to set at 5 in the morning. And I was like, well, I don't want to stay. I had a little studio flat. I didn't want to sit around. All my friends were working. It was like dull and miserable in London at the time. I'm like, I don't want to sit at home. So I sort of opened my mouth, and Nick goes, well, why don't you come in? I went, I thought I'd just come and hang out. And he goes, no, come in. We'll put you in a Naboo as a Naboo guard. And I was like, what? Oh, and then I went, all right, cool. So I dressed up, but we won't show you, we'll hide you so no one knows it's you. So, of course,
that worked.
I kind of like lived it. Rick was there, Rick McCallum, George is there, and I'm sort of hiding behind Andreas, and I'm sort of not showing my face, but I'm making up the numbers, and I'm there. And then I'm the last, but back in my mind, I was like, make sure they're the last one to leave that sort of scene where the cameras are on. So I've got the laser, and I'm sort of walking, and I've sort of got the gun, and I'm sort of like sort of doing one of these ones before Captain Panaka goes, Princess, we've got to get out of here, and shoots the glass, and then all of the Naboo guards go up on a wire.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I was the last guy. You kind of see it with my legs, my bow legs from all the horse riding and stuff, and you kind of see it. I'm like, walking like that, and Rick shouts out and he goes, Ray, we're not doing a Tarantino movie, because I had my laser gun like this, I didn't actually think about it, but I had it like this. I was giving my lips.
Oh, brilliant.
So it was fun to do. I'm glad I did it. And I tried to do that with G.I. Joe, because I was all covered up as Snake Eyes. And I suggested, I said, I'd just be in the back sort of cooking or something, and like Stan Lee, not like, but just be there. And because of that, because of doing, I'm glad I did it, and I wish I hammed it up a bit more. I wish I sort of didn't hide myself so much. I wish I was just there, because no one would have known what I looked like.
Mean, the reason Rick knew it was you, though, is because you were doing sound effects as you went up. You were
Probably.
going like that as you went up. None of the others were doing that except you, and he was like, it's Mr. Sound Effects. You tell that story, though. Similar thing happened to me when we were in Tunisia doing episode 1. I had a day off, and I was like, I don't want to be at the hotel. I just want to be on set and just watching. And George saw me, and he said, what are you doing sitting watching? And I said, well, I'm just coming to watch. I'm not working today. He said, well, we're not having that. Go get a costume on. We'll put you in the scene.
Really?
And so I had to grab other people's costumes, put them on, and disguise myself, and then I was put in the scene.
That's
so
awesome.
Very similar story we have, don't we? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now, do you have a favourite scene from the film?
Anything that I was in front of camera doing, it's kind of my... anytime I was asked to come in and be painted up as Darth Maul was...
You just loved them all.
It was like, I felt so lucky, and I still do feel very lucky to... almost 20 years later, we're talking about Star Wars, and there's a lot of love for Star Wars, and it was part of my childhood. So I always pinching myself, and I remind myself, wow, I was 22 when I was filming that, and it was just great to be part of it. And when it was all finished, I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't want to go back to training because there wasn't that same buzz. The rope climb didn't feel the same. Flying through off the trampoline didn't feel the same as doing an air ram over a Jedi's and landing and making sound effects. So I kind of missed it, and I really enjoyed it. It was one of the best times of my life.
That's fantastic. I believe, actually, we've just moved on, but we do have a clip of your little cameo there from Ep 1. Let's take a look. Listen out for the sound effects. Go! There you are.
Ascension guns.
See the lips?
Yes. I like the expression on your face.
But if you look back at me as Darth Maul, my lips are going... you'll see it. You know?
Now, talking of expressions, there was a scene for you that was actually quite difficult to get right, wasn't there?
Which one was that?
Well, it involved pulling a certain expression.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Do you remember the one I mean?
I do, yes.
Tell us about that, Ray.
Well, when you're playing in the playground, you're always the cop, the good guy.
Yeah.
And so when you're doing fight scenes, you never do the fight scene where you're doing the death, and you're always the good guy. And that's how I was.
You weren't used to, in your playground games, you weren't used to dying.
I wasn't used to dying. I was used to, in my mind it was like, Superman, Batman kind of thing. And so I didn't know how I was going to do it. How do I do a death? Like, how do I do a face being cut in half with a lightsaber? How would you do it?
Yeah, you don't learn that in acting school either,
No.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, I didn't think of anything like that,
No.
So
what did you start out with on take one?
So what I thought of is like, so I was trying to go all method. Okay, lightsaber going through me, cut in half. What would I feel?
What would it feel like?
What does this remind me of? Oh yeah, that bad curry I had that night. Yeah, you have it, and you're like, ugh! I know it sounds a bit gross, but I was trying to go, in there, and because who knows what a lightsaber feels like? Because you're always the good guy.
Quite hot, I imagine.
Yeah. And there's all these theories, if it cuts, it sort of heals
and it would
back
seal you up again,
yeah.
wouldn't it? So you're sort of a sealed little half mold.
Yeah, I was kind of confused. I was like, what do I do? So.
Well, show us your first attempt. What was that then?
So it was more like, I've been cut in half up. Cross eyes.
And George obviously was delighted with that.
Yeah. And you couldn't see the cross eyes with the contact lenses, so that...
So you couldn't do the cross-eyed thing. So he said, forget that, let's do another one. Yeah. And did he give you any specific direction to kind of motivate you? What did he tell you?
I can't remember.
Didn't he tell you, though, to think about being constipated?
You may have been, because that was the sort of...
I mean, that sounds like something George would have directed, really.
What? I don't know. I can't remember, but I just remember thinking, what's it going to feel like being cut in half?
Okay.
And what would it feel down on my tummy area? And I did really think, well, I felt that a few times after, a dodgy curry or a kebab on a Friday.
So what do you look like then when you've had one of them? Show us it now. We want to see the mole face.
You actually want to see it?
You want to see it? Of course we do. Yeah. Of course we do.
You want to see the mole that goes, oh, like that? Or you want to see like, or you want to see
I want to see...
Or you want to see...
I want to see the Friday curry.
The Friday curry.
It's brilliant. Okay, we can see the result of this method acting right here.
Yeah. I know, see?
Oh.
You're not going to look at Darth Maul ever the same. And I kind of like broke wind a little bit as I went down.
Did you?
No, I'm just being silly now, I'm sorry.
Now, at what point in the movie did you find out that would be your end, as it were?
Well, when we were rehearsing, even from the beginning, we knew Darth Maul was getting killed. It was just how he was being killed. And we had different, there was different test fights we had. Which Nick showed George, and I thought, well, if I'm going to get killed and Darth Maul's not being brought back in a second because it's for sure, then it's going to be a good death. So originally we came up with the head being chopped off. So instead of like using a force palm on Obi-Wan, it's hit him and then judo throw him over the pit and hold on to him, and then I'm taunting him with a lightsaber and I'm about to chop his head off, and then with my sort of casual, I'm going to get you, and cockiness. He gets the lightsaber behind his back from Qui-Gon and then chops my head off, and then I fall down the pit.
Oh, lovely family entertainment.
So,
but that didn't happen.
But yeah, it wouldn't have.
It wouldn't have made it through the rating. It would have been an R, certificate R Star Wars movie. Okay, well, brilliant. Well, Ray, I know from our past working together that you love to share your skills with members of our audience and train them. So I thought today we might just set up a very brief martial arts academy. How about that?
Sure, yeah, that'd be
Let's
great.
do it.
Yeah.
So, please raise your hands if you have a lightsaber. You have to have your own lightsaber for this.
Cool.
So we got somebody down here. Yes, you make your way over there if you'd like to join in here. And that's not a lightsaber, that's a woggle. No, you can't have that. What about the blue one over there as well? So that's it. Young lady, follow me over here. Come this way. Wow, there's an enormous dog down here. That's the biggest animal. It's like an AT-AT, but in an animal form. That's incredible. Has anyone got a saddle? We could just, okay. The red lightsaber there. Yeah, we'll have you. So we've got two. We got any lightsabers over there?
Doing?
Let's have you there, sir. Yes, you in the dark there. Yes, you, man. Yes, make your way over there. Or do you want to come this way?
Come into the
Yes,
centre.
you go that way. And you as well. Yes, you two go that way. Okay, Ray, is that enough? And we've got 5 people. Is that enough, do you think? Do you want to pick one more person?
Yeah.
Okay, so come and join us over here. Stop there, don't get into this.
You up there? I can't.
Right now.
Can I pick a grown-up or something?
What's that?
As a kids or grown-up?
Whoever you think, the last person, and then we need to...
Hold on, ready? Someone over there. Let's do Kylo.
Okay, there it is. Right, Ray, I'll let you have the floor for 5 minutes as you teach these guys. Do you need a lightsaber?
Yeah, I need one.
Okay, hang on, I've got one here. Okay. It's a single blade, okay? I'll take off the safety catch.
Oh, cool.
Is that all right for you?
Yeah, that's all right. It's green now.
It's green, I know. Oh, hello.
How you doing?
Evening.
I know, it's scary, isn't it?
Okay, it's all yours, Ray. Here we go.
All right, okay. Have you signed your waivers and stuff, insurance and stuff like that, in case you chop me in half by accident or anything like that? Yeah?
Ooh.
Yeah, everyone ready? Okay, you ready? Feet apart. There you go. Bring your lightsaber up. Down. Spin it round, spin it round. Here, up, pose, down. Woo! Nice. I missed that. Show me that again. Watch the little one. Nice. I'm scared. All right, you go. You take the class. All right, let's do that again. You ready? I just made that up, so remind me if I forget.
Hang on, make sure I'm going to get...
Ready?
There's somebody back here who's going to take my head off.
Feet apart.
Going over here.
Lightsaber up. This is a presentation now. Down to the side. Now we're going to show off, yeah? So we'll start turning it, bring it round. We're going to do a do-si-do, and then do your best Sith or Jedi pose. And then what we're going to do, we're going to use our left hand, and we're going to point to this section here, and we're going to use the Force. All right? And we're going to turn our palm up, and we're going to make everyone stand up. So use the Force, come on. There we are. Then we're going to make them sit down. And then we're going to do this with our hands, and point to everyone over there. Ooh. Turn our palms up, bring them up. Yeah, the Force is strong with everyone. Turn your palms, sit them down. Then to the middle. The best, the middle. Everyone up. Yeah. Down. Down. Come on, listen. Down. Cool. Good job, everyone.
Well done. Brilliant. Our apprentices, everyone. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you, guys.
Can the kids show off for me once? Because I didn't see them, because I was showing off.
Okay, yeah. So
can you guys show me?
Do it for your master.
You ready? So I'm going to say ready, and we'll go 1, 2, 3, and then you can just let loose on this one and finish. All right? Are you ready, guys? And I'm going to watch you. Think you can do it? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. That's it. Do-si-do, 4, spin, and post. Yeah. Good job. Awesome. Well done. Good girl. Good boy. Well done. Well done. Don't beat me up. You look good. Oh yeah, you did. Good to see you. Good to see.
Oh.
See what we're talking about? Happy.
That was brilliant. Well
Good
done.
job.
Thank you very much for being here. If you'd like to go off that way. Yes, thank you very much. Sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Thank you. May I just for
Well
a
done,
minute?
everyone.
Can
It's
I
good.
borrow
The force
this
is
for a bit?
strong.
I'll give it
Well
back to
done.
you at the end of the show. Right,
And my apologies to you guys for coming up earlier. Yeah. So. Oh, nice.
It's growling at me. Listen to this. It's constantly making this noise.
You gonna do something with it?
How do you stop it, Ray?
Let me see. Can I use it? Can I see it? Okay. Can we see it? Let me see. You want to try?
No, well, I tell you what. No. What I want to do now, it's gone very dark in here, isn't it?
Ooh, this is good.
They don't want to see what you're about to do with that.
Is this safe to do? Is this safe? It's not going to break, no?
I tell you what, Ray, can we... Yeah.
So,
what I want to do now, hang on, I'm not finished. Oh, come on.
Oh, nice.
Lost control here. Can we borrow it for a bit longer? Yeah, you go and sit over there. Just, thank you. Right
Sorry,
now, what I want to do,
I couldn't help
I want to see some more of that, because we've done this before, but I want to do it again. I want to
Okay.
reenact a scene.
Okay.
Can we do that again?
Please.
Because I want to be in it. I like a bit of
Yeah,
lightsaber
yeah.
action. So we just need a couple of things. You're going to have to remember the scene, okay, from the movie. It's the very end. It's as he gets killed, all right? Okay? My favourite bit. So we need a couple of volunteers. I need a Qui-Gon Jinn. Who's going to be a good Qui-Gon person? We sort of need... Well, can I borrow your... I need to... You want to be a Qui-Gon? We need a bigger Qui-Gon, because you've got to fight him. Who's a big Qui-Gon? Who's a Qui-Gon down here? Give us a Qui-Gon. Where's somebody who looks Qui-Gon-esque? You over there, sir. Yes. Here he comes. Look at him. He's pretty good. Okay.
Sorry.
Come on up here. Come on up. Okay. So, Ray, where's that lightsaber that I gave you earlier? There it is, over there. Okay. Right, hello. Welcome to the stage, sir. Welcome. So, which colour lightsaber did Qui-Gon have?
Blue.
Blue. Green.
Blue, green, red.
Don't argue with him. Right, you get working with
Hey,
him. You tell him. You two go over there.
Great.
And get ready. You get ready over there. And I'm going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, could we have 4 volunteers, please?
So do you remember the scene?
Okay, you 2 young lads.
Do you remember the scene
and 2
from the
taller
end?
volunteers.
The
2 taller ones. Come on over then. Right,
the
you sir, come over here and
beams,
stand
get
here.
trapped in the beams. You sit
Come
down
stand
in
here.
yoga pose.
And you stand there.
You remember
That's
that?
it. Hold that.
Okay, cool.
And you come over here,
Right, so
princess,
you
and stand
step over.
here.
What's your name, sir?
And you stand here.
Irish. I'm Ray.
Come
Nice to
here,
meet you.
come here, forward.
All right, let's have a
Forward,
little
forward.
play.
Right, you hold that.
Right, so go to...
Right, and give them the
left
other
one.
end. You take this end.
Sit meant to the other
Sit
side.
right, here we go, look. Okay, right, we're getting this done. We're getting it together here. It's going to work. It's going to work. It's not how they did it in the movie, but this will represent the force field. Hold that. Good. Hold it with 2 hands. Okay, there we go. Hold that then, and keep it tight, and give it a little wiggle. Give it a little wiggle. And a little wiggle. That's it. Now you two, what, are you having trouble with it here? It never comes out, does it? Quite right. Hold that in. That's it. Right, and you go above. So you be low down, and you two go above. Okay. Here we go. This is working well. Go over there. There we go. ILM, eat your heart out. There we go. Look at that. So hold that nice and tight. There. Good. So we got our beams. Okay. So Ray, are you ready over here? Yeah. You're fully trained. So we're going to go from the moment where you two are having a bit of a fight, and then you kill him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then I get annoyed and come and get you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so let's just, before we do it, we're all set. We'll remind ourselves of the moment in the movie. Let's take a look. Okay,
Wow, a lot
right.
to remember.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to perform this scene live for you here at Celebration. Okay, I'll be getting positioned behind here. This is where I start, so you guys are waggling those. Let's cue the music. And
Do
Ray,
the 4,
when you're ready.
And then I'll turn in. You ready?
Action.
Okay.
Here we go.
2, 3, 4. Over the top. Yeah, I'm going to push off. Then I'm going to stab you. Sorry. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah. Jedi.
He's dead. Keep it there. Right, you show off a bit. I look at you and I go, go for the kneecaps. And that way. And then one end of yours comes off, doesn't it then?
Oh yeah, how do you do it?
Push.
Yeah, it's off. How do you do
Unscrew it, that's it. Unscrew it.
It's off, it's off. Pretend it's off.
It's gone. And then what happens then? I go over here, don't I?
Yeah, I go.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay. Oh, oh my word. Oh. Oh. I'm down.
I kick this out of the way.
Oh, my lightsaber's gone as well. Oh, you naughty man. I'm using the force. And it wiggles. It wiggles over here. It's wiggling. I got it. Well, how's this happening? What am I doing now? Are you going to lift me? Hang on, wait there a minute, Darth. Wait a minute. I'm coming up. Action. Oh, I'm ticklish. Oh. Don't grab me there. Honestly. Right, okay, ready? Here we go. Get ready. It's happening. It's happening. Oh. Push. Surprise. There it is.
That was good.
My word. Is he all right? Look at him. This guy's method down here. Look at this. Hello? Hello? Oh.
Good job. Good job. Well done.
Right. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good job. Good. Did I get your elbow? Did I hit your elbow? You did. Okay, good job.
It's good.
Well done.
Oh. And you can have your lightsaber back now, sir. Oh, my word.
I couldn't get it off.
Exhausted.
Oh, nice. You make it look so easy. You got to teach me that. That was good.
Right, we've got to get our breath back, but we do have time for a couple of questions before we have to wrap the show up. That was fun.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I forgot about the bit of having to fall over the edge till I saw the film. I was like, oh no. Okay, Mark, have we got a question from our audience? There you are.
All right, here we go. All right, stand up. All right, tell them your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Lizzie.
Hi, Lizzie.
I've met you guys before a few times.
Good to see you.
I wanted to ask about Star Wars weekends, and you said it was try to be quick. I wanted to tell you thank you. I saw you, Ray, at the last Star Wars weekends, and we had seen you before when my mom was still alive, and you talked with her for a little bit and were really nice. And I had put on a lot of weight while I was taking care of her. And after she passed, I was like way over 200 pounds. So when I saw you the last time, I told you that I was gonna get inspired to work out, and you told me to do that. And I've lost 35 pounds, but
awesome.
I don't applaud too much. I put over 5 back on. But donuts and I are still quite fond of one another.
So donuts are great.
I got to get rid of them. But I did start running, and I did the Star Wars half marathon last year, and I've done 7 since then, and I'm going to do the one this year. So I just wanted you to be able to see. I didn't know if you would remember me, but you inspired me to do that. You were like, oh no, you didn't get, because I'm older than you, and you were like, you didn't get too old, we all get older and slow down, but you can do it. And at 46, I started a workout regimen
awesome.
and jogging, and yay.
Good girl. That's good. Well done. I'm sorry to hear about your mum.
So I wanted to thank you, and I just would also like to say both you and Warwick was so nice to my mom when she was alive and when she had Alzheimer's and all that. And you are both just the sweetest, nicest people to your fans, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
And she really appreciated it. I'd like to ask you both if they ever finish rebuilding Star Wars Land, and if they do Star Wars weekends again, I'm sure you would like to come back, but what would you suggest to us as fans that maybe we could do to voice that we really want to have the celebrities back, and you two guys in particular, like every time?
I don't know. I mean, stand outside the gates with placards, with our faces on. What else would you suggest, Ray? I don't know.
I don't kid, maybe hijacking a few people, execs,
Star Wars Galactic Nights.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's happening. I mean, we love Disney, and we had some very wonderful times at Star Wars weekends. I mean, if you manage to get along to those, I mean, you'll realise how much fun it was.
Yeah, I do miss it. It was a lot of fun. My kids love it. We've done it for 9 years, and every year I go, oh, can I do the whole month? Because every time I come out on stage like we're doing today, I just love it. I go off and I'm like, whoa, yeah, I want to carry on acting, yeah. I love doing this, And so it's good to hear that, keep on doing it, yeah. The weight is just a number. You just get out there and you do it, It's all about how you feel, So, and I've said this at Star Wars weekends, is like, if you imagine yourself doing something, or you have a passion or a dream, you just do it, follow it. Might not be easy, but you get on with it and enjoy it. And then it starts off like a little, your motivation is at a certain point, and then it becomes enjoyable, and then you don't want to stop, and it's fun. And that's what I like doing what I'm doing. And as long as I can still jump down to splits, I'll still come out and spin a lightsaber.
Brilliant.
So I enjoy it,
Thank
so
you,
I
Ray.
love doing it.
Thank you. So who do we have with our next question? Hello? Are you there, Mark?
Yes, it's going to go over here to Kristen. Kristen's getting somebody. He's walking over. We'll go right here. We got Tom. Tom, stand up. What is your question, Tom?
Okay.
Hi, Ray. 10 years ago, we met at one of the celebrations, and you had mentioned you had gotten involved in DJing, and I didn't really get a chance to talk to you too much about it. I have a T-shirt I promised you 10 years ago.
Oh, cool.
But I was curious as to what you had done or what your experience was in DJing, how you got involved in it. Was it just a hobby or something you've done
You mean
for
DJ
fun?
like chicka, chicka,
Yeah.
Well, all my friends were like, I grew up with like breakdance, a breakdance movie, Ozone Turbo, and that was the closest to Kung Fu and Wushu as well. And I loved seeing guys doing windmills and body popping. And I'm an 80s baby, so it was that time of breakdance. And my brother was mixing, he'd mix on the 1210s and on the turntables. My buddy was a scratcher, and he was I was like, whoa, that's so cool, that's better than non-Kung Fu. I want to do that. So I borrowed my brother's decks, and of course I'm up trying to get the beat, and this is hard. This is not, I thought I could do it because I love music, and I could do Kung Fu, and it just took a little practice, and now I just do it because it's like, sometimes I won't do it for 2 years, and then I'll clean my office out, and go, oh, there's my turntables. Yeah, let's get the vinyl out. Oh yeah, still got it. I'd love to be up on stage one day and do a little like party, Star Wars. But I'm more at the home DJ, just for myself. I do a little hour of mixing the music, and imagine me doing some new moves for Kung Fu and Wushu and movies. And sometimes mixing inspires me for movie ideas or for new skills. So I just like, I like music. So I like.
Yeah, well, I could make that dream. Is Elliot still here?
But don't put me on the spot because I'm not.
You could have a go. There's some decks over there.
I need to practice for that. I need to get in the groove. Like I said, I'm a home DJ.
I don't know whether he's still with us, though. I don't know how to switch it on or anything like that.
Cool. Nice hat. Cool. I love that. I love that. I might cut the sleeves off it. Is that all right?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool, man. I love that. That's cool. And you know what? I would love to just be as more like, yeah, DJ Darkside. And I have these dreams like battling it with my brother, and I go up in handstand scratching. And then he's doing these windmills on the decks, but I'm 42 now, it's not going to happen.
It's brilliant. I don't know whether you're brilliant or completely bonkers. I'm still trying to work it out.
Thank you, that's awesome. I love that, that's cool.
Thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Well, I'm
much.
afraid that's all the questions we have time for. Just before we finish, I mean, this year we're celebrating 40 years of Star Wars. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? But of course, there's no more Star Wars to come. I personally, and I'm sure the fans here would agree, would love to see you back as another character.
I'd like, yeah.
I think that should happen, don't you?
Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love to come back, I'd love to come back as Maul, but if I was asked, I'd love to be a Merc or something, It'd be nice to play a cool character, another cool character.
And if they don't get you back on screen, we'll have a word with Skywalker Sound and you could do sound effects.
I would love to do that.
Fabulous.
That'd be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, the brilliant Ray Park.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Warren.
Thank you. Thank you. There he is.
Warren.
Thank you very much. How about it? All about it. Thank you, man.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
May the
Well,
force be with you.
There it is.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Drink water. Stay hydrated. So, yeah, take care, everyone. We're going to do fist bumps. Let's do it. Don't break my hand.
This could take a while. I'll just carry on regardless.
Cool,
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a good time here at
Thank you for
Celebration.
being here.
Don't forget, plenty more action right here on this stage tomorrow. I think I've got Small Talk with Warwick Davis. We have Kyle Newman's radio play, Smuggler's Revenge, and something else that's really brilliant as well. Can't remember it right now. But anyway, have a great time at Celebration, and may the Force be with you. Good night.
Hey, Star Wars fans. Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live at Celebration Orlando 2017. I'm David Collins. I'm here with supervising sound editor, friend of mine, Matthew Wood. But you do, what does that supervising sound editor mean? Let's see, we're talking about not just The Force Awakens, not just Rogue One, but Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Yes, that's happening right now.
You're working on this right now.
I'm not there right now. Well, sort of. I'm, taking all this in. That's part of work, right?
Okay.
This counts as work. Yeah?
Sort of counts as work, right, guys? Yeah. But you're just, in terms of the world of sound design and voiceover, you are everywhere in Star Wars. Not just the Clone Wars, not just Rebels, but also you are playing Roger in LEGO Star Wars: The Freemaker Adventures.
Yes.
Was just nominated for an Emmy. For Freemaker. Give it up for that.
Yes, that's been really fun.
How do you get it all done? How do you do all this?
I got a great team at Skywalker Sound. We have like 15 people some of them are coming here. They all love to come to Celebration because you get to see the energy directly from the fans and the result of the work that we do out at Skywalker Ranch, which is kind of isolating. We love it, but it's also great to come here and see and feel the energy, and that's what we're doing.
For a typical sound editor, if you're watching 1 minute of finished film like The Force Awakens,
Sure.
how many hours of work goes into that 1 minute, do you think? Is it just almost incalculable, or
It is. I mean, you work on little things like, that film BB-8 was our big new, thing that JJ wanted to show off, and that, took a year or plus to even come up with that.
Don't say
all
anything.
these
Just
different variations.
Wait.
What?
Just careful.
What?
There's
What do
a
we got?
guy fixing a. Excuse me, sir.
Can we help you?
Sir. No, sir.
We're actually
no.
shooting right now.
We're shooting a
We're
thing
live.
for Star Wars. We're live right now.
I'm trying to fix the stage here, guys. Come on.
Sam Witwer, ladies and gentlemen, Jabba the Hutt's technician. All right, you go ahead and do your thing.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
So, yeah, and
It's not working. It's not working. Jabba's palace is broken.
After the Twin Sons, Darth Maul is now fixing Jabba the Hutt's. No, I don't know.
Well, because Dave Filoni fired me, so I got to get a new job.
No.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
We'll
Did
hook
he?
you up, man. We'll hook you
good.
up. Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
good.
This is kind of the unbearded trio here, is what we were calling it. Matthew, you were kind enough to hire both of us as voice actors in Rogue One and in The Force Awakens.
Yes.
The Stormtroopers plus the Death. You're also the Death Troopers in
Yeah, it was
Rogue
the Death
One.
Troopers in Rogue One. Everything here, all that encrypted dialogue in their helmets is all very special dialogue that only they can understand. They and certain people can understand.
Can you do it for us?
You know, that's going to be, I got to have like $50,000 worth of equipment with me to do that. you
Because
know?
it sounds like
Mercury Bundle.
it sounds like Red Fox from Sanford and Son, but like totally drunk.
You know, that was the inspiration. That's
Yeah.
a big callback, though. Red Fox. I think we're dating ourselves, but that's okay.
Well,
Red
let's,
Five.
we're all dating
Red Fox,
ourselves.
Red
let's
Five.
talk about Easter eggs though in Rogue One,
It's
because there was a
that
lot of
Easter
cool stuff.
weekend?
It is Easter weekend. That's right. That's right. But there are a lot of voiceover Easter eggs that you put in there. Can we think of a couple? I'm sure we can.
I can't.
Well, one of the first Stormtrooper voices in Rogue One. Let's hear it. I think somebody knows how to do that.
All right, let me see your scan docs.
There we go.
Same way, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
And I think let's see, what do we? You know, the great thing about hiring you guys, and we have a great loop group that we bring in. It's called Loop Group. It's all the background voices basically that you put in the movie to finish it off and give it that final touch. And one of the things that's great about the group that we hire, I try to get everybody from all parts of Star Wars. I had people from the original trilogy, the prequels, Clone Wars, you know, even Force Awakens. So we bring everybody in, and everyone has such a love for Star Wars. I think you guys love Star Wars. I don't know if I can.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, Chris Pine and
yeah, you might have a restraining order out
Captain
on you about
Kirk-
Star
oh,
Wars,
no.
but other than that, but I think that the fact that you guys come in, you have such knowledge to bring to the show, and like even little moments like when Darth Vader is in the hallway there, and we're all watching that. And the hilarious thing was, as actors, you're watching it for the first time, and I was like, okay, here we go, and action. You're all the voices of the rebels, and everyone
open fire. Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what we did. Oh no! I did my best speaker.
Yeah,
No,
but the
can I have your
hilarious thing
autograph?
about that one was like we watched it, and even as actors, you guys were fans. The first take, nothing happened because everyone was just standing there. That's Darth Vader.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, you know it when you were playing those things, because you would be like, oh, okay, we're going to play something, and for Force Awakens, you just let it play, and we were all reacting.
You let us watch it.
And then the Millennium Falcon shows up, so you have all this like background chatter of like, oh, stormtroopers over the door.
The Millennium Falcon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's an amazing playground to be able to play with.
That Vader scene, for example. I mean, we were
Yeah.
screaming for hours, you know,
Yes.
because there's pyrotechnics going off. There's
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff happening in the background. So we replaced all that stuff and just screamed and screamed. And you actually improv that open fire line, didn't
That's
you?
right.
That
Let's
wasn't
hear
in the
it. Come on,
script.
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I think that was it.
Okay, pretend Darth Vader's right there. We're all.
I am
ready.
such a huge fan. You are the coolest. Oh my God. Could
How do
you?
you
Oh
not-
God, open fire! Yeah, totally.
Something like that. I think
That's how it
went.
was.
Yeah.
There needs to be an original version because didn't we do one, or is it just my imagination where we all just screamed like a bunch of children?
I think that's what the first take is
Yeah.
usually thrown out with us because
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
like
yeah.
a blooper reel.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is about 2 weeks before, because you prepare for this stuff. I mean, you
Yeah.
sit there and study and you think about what you're going to say.
Push-ups.
You do push-ups.
Yes, yeah. Somebody does.
Somebody does, yes. Yeah. But you prepare for this stuff. And I remember like a week before going, wouldn't it be great if there was a scene where there were just stormtroopers and we could talk about like the
Yeah.
T-15s becoming obsolete? So you set up that conversation of the T-16 in
Yes.
Star Wars.
Yes.
And you laughed. And then sure enough, on the second day, there were these two stormtroopers walking down the beach. And you were like, okay, we need something here. And you and I just...
Right in there.
Yeah. 2 takes, and that
Yes.
was it. And it ended up in the final
It ended up in the
movie.
final film. It's funny because there's a lot of trust that goes on with sound. I mean, like it's our expertise at Skywalker Sound. We kind of know how to make sound for Star Wars, but every new director that comes in is going to have their own perspective. But that particular line that we put in there, and it was like, you know, you guys talking. I think you even say "oh boy" at one point, but it's like that walking
Oh, boy,
by,
it's
and
about
everyone
time
asked
for
me. It made it through. You know, Kathy had heard it, Gareth had heard it. You know, even it went all the way up the chain to Bob Iger had heard it, and I never got a word back. I was like, hey, no one said anything. Those guys are still talking through there.
Yeah.
Way at the end, I got this. Are those guys talking? What are they saying? I was like, it's a Star Wars thing. They're talking about the
fine.
T-15s that go obsolete because it's referring to T-16s. We got T-7. Their grandparents are in Force Awakens with the T-17s, so it all
it's
makes
fine.
sense.
Okay, so don't worry about
Oh,
it.
it's a Star Wars thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then It's in. It's in there forever. But that's
Oh
for
my
the fans,
gosh.
that kind of stuff.
That's for the fans.
Force Awakens.
It's not for us. It's
Not
for the
for you.
fans.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with
No,
us.
it's, yeah, exactly.
It's purely sacrificial.
But that really is a fun thing to see you bring all those people together and kind of
Yeah.
the cohesion of Star Wars throughout the ages suddenly
Yes.
shows up in the recording studio, and it's like a reunion.
Yeah,
it was
we had
really,
Wedge and Tilly's voice back in.
David Ankrum?
For
Yeah.
David Ankrum
Yeah.
doing on Yavin. We had him announcing bringing people to their ships. You know,
Yeah.
so that kind of thing, that connective tissue, all those things that sound can do, because sound is so subconscious. It's emotional. You hear it, you don't see it. But it really, sound has that ability with Star Wars to certainly connect you back to the classic things that you remember, either with acting or with a sound of a TIE fighter, something that's really going to connect you back.
We talked this morning. I had a panel with Dave Filoni and Pablo Hidalgo about animated origins, and of course, characters from Rebels, like the Ghost, but also Chopper showing up in Rogue One.
Yes.
That was pretty cool, right, you guys?
Yes. And we refer to General Syndulla.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
It's that you also had all these lines that you or Story Group or somebody had written, and one of them that you had us read is. I remember saying, General Syndulla, please
that's
report to
your
briefing.
voice
And I was
movie,
just like, I got chills.
Yeah.
You know,
So she lives. She's the only one that lives.
She's.
I
we
can't
don't know
say.
that. I don't know. We'd have to consult the. Yeah, I didn't hear any call out for Maul, but that would have.
Maul was
maybe
He's fine. I'll have you know he's very happy.
Was it like a cut that went this way this time?
Look, you're looking in the wrong
this
area.
way?
What you have to
okay.
understand is, yes, he got destroyed, sure, but we never told the story of what happened to his legs and his pants.
Oh, okay.
So those are running around going,
live on.
revenge, walking
How
around.
about you?
That's right.
How about you?
Kicking the crap out of people.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's going to be in season 4.
Yes, I'm ready for that.
Dave is going to be angry.
You
that I
heard the
spoiled that.
non-exclusive here first, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Well,
Pants of the Sith.
And now you are working on The Last Jedi. We got that incredible panel coming tomorrow. Are you excited to show what you guys have been working on?
Yes, we're very excited to show a lot of material there. But Rian Johnson has been so fantastic on this show. We've been working together for a while now, and just we've got Ren Kleiss, who's working at Skywalker Sound doing our sound design as well. And we're paying homage and respect to what was created before by Ben Burt, and just making a bunch of new sounds. And Ryan is totally organized and completely dedicated to Star Wars, and he has such an ear for sound too. He really is involved deeply in the process, and so that's been really good.
How do you make a new movie every year for the third year in a row? I mean, you must be. You're everywhere. I honestly don't know how you get it all done.
I don't
do you
have
sleep?
a life. This is it. This is
it.
Man. This is it. It's
You're
a good life.
dedicating
I'm happy. but it's all Star Wars all the time.
Well, bravo. Let's give a big round of applause to Matthew Wood for his dedication. Sam Witwer is Darth Maul.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, we have a Rogue One panel tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we got a Rogue One panel tomorrow. You're going to want to check out the Rogue One panel, the Rebels Season 4 panel, and, of course, The Last Jedi. I'm David Collins. Thank you very much, you guys. May the Force be with you.
Yes.
Wow. That's amazing. That was an amazing first day of Star Wars Celebration. We saw so many awesome things. Anthony, you and I have the best jobs.
The best jobs in the world. We are at the best event in the world. George Lucas and Harrison Ford were like here and here.
And you kept it together.
And I was here. Well, I'm falling apart now. I'm falling apart now thinking about it. And can you believe there is even more happening tomorrow?
Yes, I can, because I have been here. And Celebration is a nonstop awesome party, and you guys are all in for a treat. Seriously.
We got the Last Jedi panel. We've got Heroines of Star Wars. We got Mark Hamill's tribute to Carrie Fisher, and so much more.
So much more. And we have all of these amazing people back here to hang out with.
You guys have been awesome.
Because this is what really makes it special, and this is the best part of Star Wars. So come back tomorrow for more Star Wars Celebration Orlando right here on the Star Wars Show Live, presented by Verizon.
Yeah!